Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Miranda. Here. Maniscalco. Here. Hurtak. Here. Vieira. Here. Carlson. Here. And Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you so much. I would like to hear a motion to open public hearings for consideration of the tentative FY 2026 millage rate, FY 2026 budget, and FY 2026 through FY 2030 capital improvement budget and program for the city of Tampa. We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilman Miranda.
Tampa fiscal year 2026 budget. The proposed millage rate is 6.2076 mils, which is 4.27% more than the rollback millage rate of 5.9535 mils. Property tax funds are used to support the general fund operating budget and the community redevelopment agency funds for the city. The general fund includes such departments as fire rescue, police, human resources, park and recreation.
Thank you very much. I have Chairman Mr. Scaglione on the schedule for presentation from the Finance Committee, but I don't see him. Okay, Mr. Pointer, are you, Mrs. Pointer, are you going to be, Mr. Pointer, Mrs. Pointer, are you going to be presenting for the Finance Committee? Yes. Would you please come to the podium? Am I ever going to hear the end of that?
Hey, I'm married to him, so you can call me much, much worse. Good
State
evening.
your name.
Good evening, Stephanie Pointer, the Vice Chair of the Citizens Advisory Budget and Finance Committee. The committee would like to continue to support the funding of HART for the free fares and additional buses to service the Route 1 line or whatever services deemed by council. And that was our only motion.
That's it?
Yep.
Wow, that is short and sweet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Hara.
For the record, I'm not Mr. O'Hara. John Bennett, Chief of Staff. No, thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, public. Just a few opening comments before our CFO, Dennis O'Hara, comes up and introduces the rest of the evening through the FY26 budget. I just wanted to make some points to council and the public that I thought were worthy of, we tend to get in the meta and the mesa data all the time, and I just kind of want to talk through a little bit of the macro data. Together, working over the last 6 years, statistically valid, our surveys have showed that we have had a 93% approval rating compared to what the national average is, about 67% for local government. The CFOs continue to report that we've spent 99% over the last 5 years of our general fund dollars. Our bond ratings keep us in the top 2 of the nation. Our capacity remains strong and the trajectory has a good tail, as reported again by the CFO. Our general fund reserves, thanks to council and the support, give us rainy day resilience. Something that really is understated, that the mayor pre-cuts each budget before it gets to council and the public, on average of $27 million over the last 6 years. And that totals $164 million of cuts before we bring it to the public. Again, we report as the lowest millage rate of major cities in the Florida. And we also report that we have the lowest personnel per capita rate. And we're proud of a lean government model, knowing that the population has increased 23% since the Great Recession of 2007. Our recruiting and retention, again, thanks to council's support, and attrition rates remain very low, which means we're giving the level of service necessary to the community. Always room for improvement, I will always note that. And our employees' pay and benefits have remained highly competitive against the cost of living and peer jurisdiction competing for similar job descriptions. Our public safety is strong, our quality of life is improving, and we have the courage to go underground to solve elongated infrastructure challenges to remain sustainable and resilient. And also, whether it's appropriate now or later, I promise to come back with a social action and art funds framework. I'm happy to do that now, or we can wait till that becomes a topic. Your pleasure, council.
Why don't we wait until we get to that segment of the evening?
Sounds good. Thank you. Turn it over to Chief O'Hara.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Council. Dennis Rogero, Chief Financial Officer. Thank you for once again having me and us here to talk about the fiscal year 26 budget. I would like to thank you once again, and of course, thank your analyst, Ms. Kopesky. Sure appreciate it. You've already heard from the Citizens Advisory Committee. I'd like to thank them for all of their time and effort this year also. As usual, we have a very brief presentation just to quickly refresh what's gotten us to this point, and you see leadership is here to answer any questions you have. As always, if we can't answer any questions tonight, we'll give you a prompt response as soon as we can. And if I can have the presentation up. Thank you very much in the back. And here it is. The net fiscal year 26 recommended budget for all funds is $1.992 billion. It's about an increase of 9% compared to the current year. Those increases are primarily associated with what you've heard before: higher salaries, higher health care costs, higher costs in general associated with continuing inflation, increased vehicle maintenance costs, an increase in the Community Redevelopment Agency, or CRA, contributions, and a continuation, of course, of our very significant PIPES program. You see here a breakout of the major funds and the two largest components we always talk about. On the right, the enterprise funds at just about 41%, and the general funds at just under 36%. And together, we concentrate and emphasize them because they make up a little over 3/4 of the entire budget. And we'll break those down right here on this slide. General fund on the left, just over $708 million, and you see a little over 60% of that are our public safety agencies, primarily police and fire, with just a little bit of code enforcement thrown in. The central government, again, those are the agencies that keep the city running behind the scenes. That'd be technology and innovation, my shop, revenue and finance, human resources, purchasing, etc. A sizable chunk, a little over 10% for parks and recreation, and then public works, and then economic development. On the right, the enterprise funds. And again, these are those funds and departments that we compel to run like a business. They've got to take in more money than they let go, and what they take in, they can only spend on expenses associated with what they do. Wastewater department brings in funding, and we have to spend that on wastewater, et cetera, et cetera. As council is aware, and probably many members of the public by now, we've historically shown this slide to highlight what we get in property taxes, comparing that to what is the cost of two, I think everybody would universally consider, core public services, the police and fire services. On the left, you see police and fire expenses at just over $414 million. And on the right, what the city receives, or pardon me, is anticipated to receive in property taxes next year. At the top, $380+ million. But, as you know, council, and I'll refresh for the public, that's not what we end up getting. We are compelled to transfer nearly $60 million of that to the community redevelopment agencies. So what the city of Tampa proper gets is almost $321 million. And of course, if you compare the left and the right, you can see that police and fire expenses are nearly $100 million more than what we receive in property taxes. I'd like to point that out. Again, there's a school of thought that those are the primary services associated with government, and we cannot fund those nearly from what we receive in property taxes. Continuing with the general fund, here's our general fund balance history and estimates. As always, I always have done it and I always anticipate doing it. Thank you so much. Chief of Staff thanked you also. for being very, very strong supporters of a very, very strong fund balance. As you know, this is a significant metric for credit rating agencies, for investors, and a very, very significant benchmark for the health of the city as a whole. I won't go into detail now, but I'm sure many of you have read and heard about any number of large cities in the U.S. that are facing a deficit budget scenario over the next year, and in some cases, the next few years. And in some of those cases, it's because they spent down, for whatever reason, you know, I don't know their situation, and I'm certainly not judging, but for whatever reason, they spent down their fund balance on recurring costs. And either projections didn't come as they anticipated for revenues, or projections didn't come as they anticipated for expenditures. And you see, as always, to maintain that level of 24%, with the exception of the COVID years, we have to increase the amount every year because it's tied to the amount of the budget. And typically, the budget increases every single year. As I've also said before, I'm happy to say again, this paints a very, very nice picture of the city's active financial management and conservative financial management philosophy. So as always, my compliments to the mayor and city council. It's a very, very good picture. You see 24 and a half FTEs or positions been added primarily in solid waste, fleet, and fire rescue. You also see that our position count continues to be below the high water mark of right before the great financial crisis of 2007, 9 positions to be exact. We view this as continuing to keep up with the increasing demands, the increasing calls for service, and the increasing quality of service. Continuing with our theme of staffing, our personnel to population ratio. See our ratio of employees to population continue to decline, and we are now the lowest of our peer group. This, of course, again, while the city continues to grow, and of course, service demands continue to increase. Our millage comparisons to peer Florida cities, we continue to be the lowest millage, as we have for years and years. Not really all that surprising for a city that's only increased its millage one time in 35 years. Our capital improvement program, again, a very, very significant part of our budget. In just fiscal year 26, you see over $420 million. And over the 5-year plan, over $1.7 billion. And we have one final public hearing on September 16th. The budget can be found sliced and diced many, many different ways. Again, very, very detailed at this website. And I thank you very much, Council. That's the end of my brief presentation.
Thank you. This will be an opportunity for council to have questions of the administration and staff that have made a presentation. I would refrain from taking policy positions until after we hear public comment, but if you have questions of staff, this would be an appropriate time. We'll come back after public comment for additional comments and discussion reference the FY26 budget. Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, I have a bunch of larger questions, but I just want to ask 3 connected to this. One, because there might be some new people watching, can you just explain again, sorry to have you repeat it every time, but on the fund balance, maybe we could go back to that page.
Oh, yes, sir.
But it's at 23%. I ask you this question every time, but we're at 23%, but we've been at 23% consistently. The rainy day fund is only 3% conceivably. But because we've been at 23% for many years now, the bond markets would expect us to stay at 23. Is that correct? So if somebody says, well, since you got all that money, you can go down to 15% or even 20%, would that put our, do we need to keep it at 23%, or would it potentially hurt our bond rating if we took money out?
No, well said, sir, and you're absolutely correct. Our policy is 20%, and it's a very strong policy, but our history, you see, is consistently at 23, 24, or above. So you're absolutely right.
Because the bond markets, not, sorry to put words in your mouth, but the bond markets look for predictability, correct? So if they see wild swings, they might change their view, but because we're consistent, am I correct? Tell me if I'm wrong.
You are correct, and again, well said. The credit rating agencies, the bond market investors, they will look at consistency over time, and we've established, as you see, that consistency.
Let me ask, I always bring this up too, but I think we ought, that chart on the fund balance, I think we ought to maybe keep this chart that he just showed, which goes back 8 or 9 years, but I think we ought to go back to the Great Recession, 2010, and maybe show an additional slide. Should I make a motion, or would you?
We can do that at the second public hearing. if that's
Just so we can, because as we go forward, about every 10 years, Florida and the United States go through some kind of economic shift. And so as we're trying to predict for the future, it's good to know where we were at the end of the Great Recession ended in 2009, but it'd be good to know where we ended either in 2009 or 2010.
Will do.
Would you like to make a motion just to solidify the action, or do you want to just?
So
Council's pleasure.
if I can, I would like to make a motion just to ask them, in addition to those slide on fund balance, to show another chart that goes back to 2009, just so we can get a picture of what it was like at the Great Recession forward.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you.
Another question. So in the corporate world, we talk about debt to equity or debt to revenues. Is there, you have the comparison to other cities. Do you have a debt to revenues comparison to other cities?
We do not have that at hand, but we can get that. Debt comparison to other cities.
Should I make a motion to ask for that, or
I mean, if you want to institutionalize it so
Council's
that
pleasure.
it's there, I would suggest doing that.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion just in your summaries to include a debt to revenues comparison. That's all debt to all revenues.
All revenue.
And then a comparison to the other cities, the same as you've done in these other charts.
We have a
Yes,
motion
sir.
from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously.
And then the last thing, you showed the millage. Is it possible to bring that chart up again that shows the millage compared to other cities? And my question while that's coming up, so it shows Miami particularly higher than us, Fort Lauderdale's higher. No, the one with the bar graph.
There it is.
Yeah, that. So in the 1980s, the Martinez administration moved the ad valorem taxes for housing out to create working with the state to create the housing authority, and then moved the transportation ad valorem out to create HART. So our ad valorem tax, as I recall, was somewhere around 9 mils or something, and they brought it all the way down to 5.4. Again, you could correct me if I'm wrong. But my question is, in the case of Miami, for example, do they pay for transportation and housing out of their millage, or do they have separate agencies like we do? So I'm just trying to compare apples and apples.
I don't know offhand, but we can find out.
And the
for
same
you.
thing with, well, any of the others, but in particular, maybe Orlando in this case, Orlando and Miami.
I'll find out for all of the other municipalities.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So for the public, we have opened both items on the agenda tonight at the same time. So this will be your only opportunity for public comment, and it's just concerning the FY26 budget. Those of you that are asked, and the millage rate, excuse me, and the CIP. I kind of consider all three. We had the sign-in sheets when you came in. I'm going to call everybody in the way that, and how they were signed up. Yes, Councilwoman Hurtak?
If we've opened the CIP as well, should we get a presentation on the CIP before the
I
public?
think that was the only presentation they're doing.
Oh, okay, just
Yeah.
making sure.
Yeah, there was an abbreviated presentation based on all the other information. The abundant information had been previously provided. Okay, so my first public speaker is Commissioner Gwen Myers. Welcome to City Council Chambers, Commissioner. You have 3 minutes. Start with your name.
Commissioner Gwen Myers, 601 East Kennedy Boulevard, second floor. And good afternoon. I'm here to ask the council, would you please support matching funds of $250,000 to be included in your FY26 budget for the Skills Center? The Board of County Commissioners have already included in their budget through our flag item. We have already approved that amount. I'm here to ask for matching funds. Councilman Vieira, I appreciate your support and help champion this. And as I call to talk to other elected officials in support, we all know the Skills Center is located at 5107 North 22nd Street in East Tampa. It is located in District 5. And we know today District 5 does not have a voice. But we're here, I'm here to be the voice. I represent District 3. And so we know for our youth at the Skills Center, they really have a place to go. And the $250,000 is for infrastructure improvements at that facility. This summer, the Skills Center was just overwhelmed with youth. We didn't have community events of fussing and fighting and calling police because we found a place for our youth to go, even from 6:30 to 10 at night. The skill facility was open. And so when we think about how do we invest and give back to in our community for our youth, we say our youth is our future. Well, this is an investment for our future. When they upgrade, that will provide more accessibility, energy efficient, sustainability in all of the $250,000 will be used for. I cannot stress enough, I'm here for matching funds because the Board of County Commissioners, we have included in our budget. And I hope each of you will consider very highly and very strongly of District 5 to include $250,000 in FY26 budget so the Skills Center can do the necessary things for the youth of this community. It's a facility where they rent out for the community. A lot of events have been held there. I don't know if you all have had the opportunity to visit or to take a tour. You know what it's like. You know what it's like. It's unusual. I'm at my yellow button. I just ask again, please include the $250,000 in the FY26 budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker is Tatiana Morales, followed by Laura Lawson. Good evening.
Good evening, Tampa City Council. I'm Tatiana Morales. I'm speaking on behalf of EMB Tampa and Transit Now Tampa Bay. The first thing I want to say is that I'm deeply disappointed in the mayor's decision to take $10 million out of the city council budget, but I'm very happy that the CRA made sure to keep the 30% for housing. We have to make sure that affordable housing and the affordability crisis that's affecting our working families is being addressed and is being acknowledged because it hasn't gone away. I'm seeing more and more families, kids sleeping in cars, kids sleeping on the street, old people sleeping on the street that deserve a home. And as we look to constrain our bonus density options, we need to make sure that we're actually investing in affordability. So investing in fare free Route 1 and Route 12, which is the next most popular route in the city, is an essential investment. I know the mayor sent a letter to all of you saying that she was not supportive of fare-free Route 1, and I think it's really important that you decide, is this the mayor's budget or is this the budget of the people? Is this the needs that the people want actually to be invested in the community? Are our people considered as essential infrastructure as pipes? Because moving around people, making sure that people with disabilities, people that are veterans, people that are marginalized, and especially when we look at Route 12, people in District 5 that right now have no representative, are actually being heard and their needs are being addressed. I think right now you can pass a budget without fare free, but then people are going to keep looking at their elected officials like they do all over the country and say, are they actually serving me? Are they actually serving the needs of the community? And this is an easy opportunity. You can spend $60 million on some big center that was asked for last year and it's back this year, or we can actually invest in things the community has told you over and over again, like public transit, that we know with Route 1, that when we fund it, it works. It works, it improves our system, it gives people hope. When they're living here, they think, oh, our politicians are doing something for us. I actually, once again, want to talk about District 5. And if you look at Route 12, District 5 is most of it. When you look at that route, if you think, oh, how do we make sure the people in this community, that a lot of their potential elected representatives are here wondering, will that be me in that seat? They can say, hey, the council did a great thing, I want to build on it. And I just want to emphasize that transportation costs are getting higher and higher. Affordability is a deeply, deeply challenging thing for working class people in the city. And people, the average age of people that are leaving Florida right now are in their 20s and 30s. They're people my age that are just renting and trying to figure it out. and investing in transportation alternatives, and saying we're not just going to look in the future for Brightline or the streetcar to fix things. We're going to actually try to do what we have right now, the HART system, that when the state investigated and said, what's wrong with this system? After many investigations, they realized it's just funding. It's not bad management, it's funding. And you guys have the opportunity. You guys can do what the county is so scared of doing, actually doing something good for the residents. And I do really believe in you. I do actually believe that you meaningfully care, and giving the opportunity to improve public transportation is the way forward. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Tatiana. Laura Lawson, followed by Lauren Murray.
Good evening, Tampa City Council. I'm Laura Lawson. I have been a resident of Tampa since 2002 and a proud resident of South Seminole Heights since 2003. I am here to echo all of the incredible comments that Ms. Morales just made. I am so proud of what City Council did last year to fund the Fair Fee program. That was such a hopeful, as she suggests, progressive thing to do for transportation in this community when we know that most of the options are so expensive and difficult. But this one thing, making a route through our city that allowed residents, regardless of whether they had a bus pass, regardless of whether they had the $2 to get to where they need to be, that's an incredible accomplishment of democracy as far as I'm concerned in this day and age. And, you know, we've seen so much. I mean, my kids, painted one of those murals that the state just painted over, and I bet a lot of the other parents feel the same way. And it's almost as if a lot of what's coming out of Tallahassee is to trying to take away every little bit of our hope that we have, that we can't build things together as people in a community, that they're going to come along and say that there's something wrong with them. And so I want to encourage you. We have a weird situation with transit here in Hillsborough and Pinellas counties, in that in a lot of counties in Florida, it's a county department. So they don't have all this politics with this crazy board. They're just trying to fund it, like pet resources or something. And so unfortunately, transit here has been treated like this stepchild, like this other, and everyone wants to say, not me, not that. And meanwhile, how are our residents, often our most needy residents, often our hardest working residents, getting around? So I just want to support everything that you have done with this Fare Free, and I want to encourage you to increase it and to encourage your attention to HART. And, because public transportation is so complicated, there's myths and nonsense about it that are spoken constantly. The reality is you need buses on the street, and you need drivers to drive those buses. That costs money. We're not going to get there with fancy tech. We're not going to solve the problem by reorganizing the whole thing 6 times. What we need to do is fund it, and I'm so proud of what this council has done, and I just urge you to continue doing so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary. We have Lauren Murray, followed by Dana Lazarus. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lauren Murray. I live in downtown Tampa. That does mean I live in District 5, so I am down a representative at the moment. I am also here to request that you prioritize funding for transportation. I want to thank the council for funding the Route 1 program during the current year. And I think it's been just a great success in that we see that ridership is up, and we see that on-time performance is much better with the Fare Free and with the increased frequency. So I would like to ask the council to fund that for another year. And I'd also like to ask the council to consider funding or increasing the frequency on evenings and weekends, and funding any other bus frequency increases that are available to you. I would also like to put in just a request to also continue to support the free streetcar that goes between downtown and Ybor, and that benefits residents as well as really our local businesses, with a lot of tourists take that as well. But it does connect to the buses. I would like you to consider that a lot of our neighbors here in Tampa struggle to get where they need to go, struggle to get to work or to medical appointments or to other important things in their day, because the cost of owning a car is expensive, the cost of insuring a car keeps going up, the anxiety of a lot of people in driving, or people who have disabilities or cannot drive. And so I'd like you to consider those when you make your budget. I'd also like you to consider those people who would like to take the bus for improvements to our environment, improvements to just our traffic congestion, but don't do it because the frequency is not quite there to make it practical. And so I think if we can increase frequency in the HART buses, it would really do a lot toward our community as a whole, and just a healthy interaction with one another. So I would like to thank you for your time this evening, and have a good rest of the evening.
Thank you, Lauren. Dana Lazarus, followed by Trevor Millihan.
I have a time donation form too. Who do I give this? Oh.
Amy Scott? Scott, you understand you're waiving your 3 minutes? Thank you very much. 4 minutes total, please.
I also have a PowerPoint. Can I see that brought up? I sent it ahead of
There you
schedule. Oh,
go.
yay, okay.
It worked,
It
just like
works.
magic.
And let me test it. Okay, beautiful. Hello, I'm Dana Lazarus, zip code 33605. I'm actually also from District 5, so I'm also down a representative right now. But Transit Now Tampa Bay is the organization I co-founded in 2017. And we are here to ask that you fund Route 1 again for another year. There's certain improvements that we can do. Also, pointing out that Route 1 has been a smashing success, so congratulations to those who voted for this last year. It's been extremely popular, and we've seen ridership go up over 50%. These are numbers that were, we should be rooted in data, the things that we decide to invest in, the things that we prioritize. And we now know that there is a demand for public transit. So let's build off that. Last year, we came before you and we asked for that as Transit Now. And we are so, so grateful that you listened and helped save so many workers, single mothers, retirees, so many people. You've saved so much money in their pockets. So I'm gonna go through some things that we have done
Can you
with
pause
this.
1 second? For our technology people, CTTV, oh, there we go, we got it in front of us, thank you. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So we've been hard at work. So one of the main goals of doing a fare-free program was to just get people to try riding the bus. And as such, Transit Now Tampa Bay had these really fun group rides with different neighborhood associations, students, and any group that has wanted to try riding public transit for the first time and try out the fare-free program. So this was our first ride with Tampa Heights. It was so much fun. We had a super small child with us. We had seniors. We had just a whole range of different kinds of people, and we took people to Water Street for the first time. So we did a transition from the bus to the free streetcar, and people went to Water Street who have never. Sparkman Wharf, who had never been there before. We tried the shortwave coffee. So we're going to different businesses, supporting business. Then at Tampa Pride, we collected over 500 signatures, which I did bring today, handwritten, because people really like to write their signature when they're signing a petition, essentially saying that they support investing in public transit. So that was a lot of fun. We did a ride with HCC students with the College of Sustainability. Also a lot of fun. They got to meet Councilwoman Lynn Hurtak and kind of engage with local government. We did a ride with Than and did a loop around downtown. Then we also, true to our goal, which is to improve and expand public transit in Tampa and surrounding jurisdictions by funding it, we also advocated to raise the millage from $0.5 mil to $1 mil. So we went to Hart and we got the board to pass that. So that's another avenue that we're looking at. We did an ice cream with the homies ride. We're just having fun. We're riding the bus. We're getting ice cream. Exposing people to public transit. I love this picture. We did a ride with South Seminole Heights. There was a lot of people, like 25. Hampton Terrace, Oceana ride. This was great. I want to point out the ladies on the bottom right actually went on their own ride after riding with us for free. They took the Nebraska route to take off the training wheels. And then we just did our Route 1 shop hop, and local businesses along Route 1 that partnered with us. We went and visited like 5 or 6 businesses, had dinner, and it was a really good time. So every Transit Now Tampa Bay supports refunding the pilot program. We also support increasing frequency on our routes with the most ridership.
Give 10 more seconds. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Thank you. To wrap it up, just Tampa residents, workers, homeowners, business owners, seniors, retirees, youth, students. We want our money to go towards public transit. Let's do it now before the state and feds take that ability away from us. And it's more important now than ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trevor Mellahan, followed by Tara Bluma.
Hello, I'd like to congratulate you on getting my name right. People very rarely do that. But I'm here to speak in favor of continuing to fund the bus, and especially the pilot program.
Start with your name and then your 3 minutes.
Trevor Mellahan.
Thank you.
I'm with Transit Now Tampa Bay.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak in support of increasing funding for the public transit system here. My personal experience with the bus is just someone as a commuter. It's what I've been using to get to work most every day for about the last 2 years. And the frequency on every route other than Route 1, frankly, is just not at a point where it's acceptable for most people. I don't like driving, so I'll put up with it. But the reality is that I end up getting home from work 30 minutes later than I have to, because the bus comes every half an hour, which means I have to sit at the bus stop for 30 minutes instead of being able to simply walk to the stop and be able to get back to my apartment. That's a lot of my time. It's time I could be spending patronizing local businesses, otherwise contributing to my community, so on and so forth. Also worth note is we already have fare-free services. We already provide funding for the streetcar service. I know that's in theory up for debate whether or not we're going to do that again. I see no reason why the city should refuse to do that. But we've already provided fare-free routes before, and we know that it works. It's always worked whenever it's been implemented. As someone who rides Route 1 quite frequently, I can testify about the huge difference in ridership between that route and other bus routes that currently aren't free. The streetcar and e-board sees consistent use. Yeah, I don't really have any further comments other than that. But.
That's it?
Yep.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Appreciate it. Tara Bluma, followed by Stephen Michelini.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Tara Bluma. I did want to ask a question to help the people in the back as well. When you decided to open 2 items on the agenda, were we not supposed to get 2 different opportunities to speak?
Yeah. Well, technically, this is just an opportunity, but I'll give clarification just because this is unusual. Normally, what would happen in a public hearing is after each item, the public would have an opportunity to speak to that item. Because of the nature of these things are so intertwined, for the interest of expediency and because they also overlap each other, we open both public hearings together, and then you have an opportunity to speak on those items together. Thank you. And can you start her time over again, please? And start with your name again, since we
Tara Bluma.
Thank you.
Good evening. I would like to talk about parks tonight as it relates to the future budget. I am frustrated by the lack of attention paid to parks in South Tampa, despite the significant tax revenue and overwhelming proportion of new tax revenue that is generated in South Tampa. In the CIP budget for next year, there is no money for South Tampa parks. And looking at the general budget, there is $2 million for small neighborhood parks. However, I think this should be a lot bigger First of all, if you want walkable communities, you need to have nice parks that folks can walk to. Second of all, I have scoured the internet and cannot find a list of what they plan to do with the $2 million. Or if you look at it this year, it's smaller than that, what they did with that amount of money. That should be transparent. And I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but you probably saw on the Facebook page that Kate Jackson Park is getting an upgrade right now. While that's great, we appreciate that, you can ask anybody in South Tampa, and that is the nicest park we have in South Tampa. Why are we spending money on the nicest park we have in South Tampa when all the other parks look terrible? So I would like a little more oversight in how those dollars are being spent in the future. Next, I want to show you, can you see that?
Because there's a wheel on the top of the wolf that you can zoom in and out on the very top, all the way up on the very, very top.
Okay, we'll use our imaginations.
There we go, you got it. Perfect.
This is the parks recommended budget, this other category. Everywhere I looked in the budget, I see all this money stuffed into the other category. There is $9.5 million in the other category of the parks budget for next year. That is unacceptable. This budget has enough specificity that I can see how much money is being spent on printer toner and ink, but they can stick $9.5 million in an other budget. This happens throughout the budget. Just one other example that I saw of that is in the convention center budget. There is $4.25 million in other contractual services. I don't know what that means, but that is a lot of money to be stuck in an other budget. I have lots more pictures that I will show you of dilapidated parks in South Tampa another time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tara. Stephen Michelini.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini. I have a couple of questions, and I know that the staff was trying to run through an overview of the budget. But one thing that I wanted to make sure of is that there's nothing in this budget in the capital improvement side that obligates the city without an additional hearing for the South Howard project that's been proposed with the various sources of funding. That's a very important issue and deserves a lot of individual scrutiny and not an overall budget review in this manner. So I would ask that there be an assertion that there's nothing in this budget that commits the city to developing that stormwater project going down as proposed South Howard. As I understood it, there's supposed to be another hearing regarding that matter and another discussion regarding the allocation of funding. Second thing is, we've been advocating, both the businesses as well as the homeowner associations, that maintenance should be a first and top priority regarding stormwater, an absolute priority. And we collectively believe that with maintenance as a priority, a lot of the flooding could be minimized or completely eliminated depending on where it is. And the maintenance program on a 7-year and a 14-year cycle is insufficient and inadequate. That needs to change. It should become immediately that, like you did with the fire hydrants, where they were checked and tagged, the stormwater inlets need to be checked and tagged that they've been inspected and debris has been removed immediately and not wait for a cycle to catch up. I've shown you pictures last week regarding the maintenance of some of the stormwater ditches where the crews went out and they cleaned 50 feet and then it stopped. And then they did not continue it all the way to where the water actually goes out into the treatment facilities. We have retention ponds that haven't been touched for, some of them 7 and 8 and 15 years, that need to be maintained and cleaned. That's going to eliminate a lot of the problems that you're experiencing. The third item is that the use of funds for the stormwater tax, or the assessment, I'm sorry, 13 million, according to this, the calculations that have been shown with us, 13 out of 15 million was directed toward staff, and 2 million was left over for maintenance and cleaning. That cycle needs to be reversed. The third item is CRA districts should be paying their own way and not bleeding money off for the general fund. Paying their own way, which I mean by that is stormwater, streets, landscaping, and treatment of other facilities. And when you're looking at the CRA budgets, they should include those not coming out of the general fund, but coming out of the CRA accounts.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
McElhaney. Our next speaker is our online registered speaker, Michael Randolph, followed by Todd Randolph.
Actually, I'm sorry, good evening.
Good evening,
What I'm
Mr.
saying
Randolph.
today is just a snapshot of a large body of research.
Michael, start with your name,
that I'm
please.
compiling. I'm sorry, Michael Randolph.
Can you start his time over, please? Go ahead.
I'm preparing, can I continue? Okay. I'm preparing a 6 to 8 page report which looks at how cities around the world are using artificial intelligence to reduce costs and improve service. The goal is simple: smarter spending and better outcome. Let's start with the budget. In Olympia, Washington, they use AI to analyze the entire budget, program by program, and they uncover 28 million in potential savings. By shifting from department-based to priority-based budgeting, they made funds that matter the most. Next, infrastructure. City like Singapore uses AI sensors to predict water main breaks and road failures before they happen. In customer service, in California, they're using chatbots to handle routine inquiries, reducing waste time and freeing up staff. In Amsterdam, they are optimizing water collection and energy used in public buildings with machine learning. In cities like London, they're using AI to manage traffic flow and predict crime. And finally, decision makers. Artificial simulation is hoping to help cities test policies' impact and implementation, avoiding costly missteps and improving outcomes. AI isn't replacing public servants, it's empowering them. And this presentation is just the beginning. The full report will offer a deep dive into global best practices and actionable strategies for cities like ours. Let's use this moment to lead by innovation and fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. And now the other Randolph, Todd Randolph, followed by Nathan Hagan.
No relation.
No relation. It's a good name, though. Well respected in council.
My name is Todd Randolph. I live at 207 North Matanzas Street, and that is near Kennedy and McDill, right on the Hart 30 line. I am here tonight to talk about funding Hart. I submitted a letter, which I am referring to, and I have links there for information contained in it. Letter through email to City Council on the importance of Hart 30 to me specifically, and also Tampa. But when I first moved here 16 years ago, it was a 30-minute interval, and it would drop me off at the airport. And throughout the years, I've had much work-related travel, and I thought it was so cool to use the bus to go to the airport and not be dependent on others for a ride. And people love to give you a ride to the airport. You know, it's like a status symbol or something, but I preferred the bus. I remember it going to an hour interval. I remember sometimes it wouldn't show up on time, and it was an hour interval going to the airport to make a flight is, you know, that's not very helpful. I've seen personally the service degrade while Tampa has gone through its golden years of growth, and that just does not make sense. It isn't helpful for the city or for further growth. And I would love to see the HART system overall funded more. I would love to see HART 30 increase in frequency. I'd love to see that as a free route. If you, that's your own artery, the only artery of mass transit going to the airport, that would make a huge difference for the city. It would address a lot of these externalities that Tampa faces as well. It's, you know, we have a problem with cyclist fatalities, pedestrian fatalities, ninth worst city for motor vehicle fatalities. Living near McDill, there's almost an accident there every week. The externalities are something that will be greatly impacted by funding HART as well. So please prepare us for the future. Please continue to fully fund Route 1, and please look into HART 30 service being increased and you know, funded freely as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. Nathan Hagan, followed by Abigail Ebersol.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Nathan Hagan. I'm a volunteer chapter leader with TMB Tampa, and I'm also here to support Transit Now Tampa Bay. I want to comment on 4 aspects of this budget. One is I want to thank you for your continuing to fund the fare free transit on critical routes that need this funding to hit key milestones that support further hard infrastructure investments like real BRT. This is an important step towards more robust transit that the city can use to direct new car-free or car-light development that will provide more housing options at a lower housing plus transit cost than the default sprawl development pattern that is in most of our city. I'm excited to hear that the CRA board will continue to build its fund for affordable housing. I want to thank you for keeping your commitment on this set aside. I'm also disappointed that we're losing the discretionary money that we earned in previous year's budgets. Councilmember Carson raised a good question about comparing apples to apples with the millage rate. I look forward to seeing that data as well. I'm disappointed that after we failed to pass a previous millage rate increase in recent years, we're finding ourselves cutting affordable housing funding from the discretionary budget rather than investing further. We continue to have a revenue problem given the incredible amount of investment the city needs. There's a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt thrown out about how our budget was being misappropriated. We hired a budget analyst for City Council to solve that problem. What has changed? I haven't really gotten a clear answer on what has changed between when we failed to pass the millage and today. It's more clear than ever that the kinds of transit, housing, park, and other neighborhood infrastructure that we need to fund cannot be funded at our current revenues. Jersey City is the most pro-housing city in New Jersey and famously has the lowest property taxes in the state, and that's directly tied to their ability to provide services to more people at a lower cost. Density is the best way to provide public services and infrastructure at the lowest cost per constituent. If we don't have the stomach to raise the millage or issue debt, I would put it in your mind that the only really scalable way to increase revenue is to build more housing and stop exporting our growth to a hostile, unincorporated county government. Growth is power, both in the pocketbooks of our city and in our increasingly cutthroat regional politics. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Next speaker is Abigail Ebersol, followed by Connie Burton.
Good evening. My name is Abigail Ebersol. I'm a mother, educator, and Florida native. And for the last 9 years, I have been a resident in Tampa, and I plan to be here to raise my children for many years to come. I have a deep investment in seeing our city improve, and one of the most impactful ways that I can see us doing this is by investing in public transit system. I love all forms of transportation. You can often see me walking my neighborhood with my children, biking with the family to a local restaurant, or taking the bus to get my child to school. Getting outside, breathing fresh air, and interacting with my neighbors are priorities for me when raising my children. I recently found myself at the Marion Transit Center speaking to folks about the bus, and I probably spoke to about 30 people, and the number one request that was brought up was making sure that the buses were running more frequently. Most people were frustrated that certain routes had extremely long wait times, while other routes had less frequency on the weekends and evenings, making wait times for buses even longer than they already are. And we should be investing in creating a reliable transit system that can get people around to work and school on time. For this reason, I am here to encourage that a portion of the mayoral budget be reallocated to doing just that, But you might say, Abigail, increasing bus frequency doesn't just materialize out of thin air. We need to be focusing on repairing Hart's maintenance facility and getting that construction started right away. There are plans in the works that have that construction start in 2027, but I do feel like that is just too long of a wait, especially when we have people who rely on properly functioning buses every day. For those buses that are beyond repair, let's look to the future by purchasing new electric buses that won't break down, resulting in continued delays. The Route 1 Fare-Free project has shown that having a free and frequent bus route encourages people to take the bus, so investing in that again matters. Here, there's a huge demand for public transit, and removing barriers for getting around makes a difference to the people, to lives of the elderly, veterans, and the marginalized, as some other people shared already. These improvements will make a big difference for everyone in the city, for both those who choose to take or who take public transit every day and those who choose to drive, because it will reduce traffic in the area. Now, looking at the budget, you have a large sum of money here to work with, and I understand and appreciate that there are a numerous amount of competing priorities that you're trying to allocate this money. So I just appreciate that you will take the time to consider what you can best serve the citizens of Tampa. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. Connie Burton, followed by Pamela Canella.
Evening, Connie Burton. When I win the lottery tonight, I'll have just as much money as you do with this budget, and we'll be partners, right?
Hey,
but I do
when you win the lottery, call me.
Come running. I would like to say that, you know, and this is not to make an attack, but the county has a far greater budget than what we have over here. The county has slashed the throats of working class people as it relates to affordable housing. And so I think a lot of work needs to be done on that board so it can do some deep soul searching as to which direction it's going to go towards serving the interests of the people. So on my wish list, because we still do not have, a representative here yet, soon to be, is that we continue to fund the Racial Reconciliation Commission so we can finish out that work. We ask for the past 2 years that we set aside enough money so we can have a very efficient summer job program. We was not able to get to 72. We said that we would like to see that increase moving forward. So we want to see funding, and that Parks and Rec already have a little bit of money. So we're going to have to find a way. Else I would just be up here continuously all the way to next summer to say, did you fund for 144 children moving forward? And lastly, this issue about affordable housing for poor and working class people, has to be a greater investment in the city other than just talk. We know that District 5, and it's kind of like wonderful to hear everybody say they live in District 5, in which they do, but when we talk about poor quality of life for people that live in District 5, we are talking about East Tampa, where people are still living in substandard housing because they have not been able to get the needed funds to make those constant improvements. We got to be able to have this city move vigorously to say in this coming budget that we're going to do something to improve the quality of life. The CRA by itself can't do it. We don't have enough money to do it. So we're going to have a full partnership with this city so it can remove the stigma of just ignoring poor people. We want to see East Tampa, the foundation of housing that deals from 30% on up. I support the ridership to improve way before you get rail. Poor working class people in those communities, Route 1, Route 2, Route 12. The more we can incentivize people that they don't feel financially suffocating or making choices, then I think this would make a better city. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Pam, followed by Valerie Bullock.
You did say we could come back, right?
I know, this is your only bite of the apple, just one time.
This is my only time up?
Yep. This is it.
Jeez, I thought we could speak on another one.
No, they're all combined into one item. Yeah, everything was combined to one item. Sorry. Well, you got 3 minutes. Talk fast.
Well, I can't talk about the other, because I didn't bring it up. But
If you want to let the next person go and you can go get your files, I'll bring you back up in a second. Would you like to do that?
Okay.
Would that help?
Yes.
So I'll go to the next one. You can go get what you need, and then we'll do it. Valerie, go ahead.
Hello, Valerie Bullock from East Tampa. Got me 3 minutes, okay. When we talk about the city of Tampa budget, we shouldn't be comparing it to Miami-Dade. Let's compare it to somewhere in Polk or Pasco. And then we'll be comparing apples to apples instead of apples to oranges. Everybody know the cost of living is higher in Miami. So that's the first one they tried to pull over us. And as far as the budget, I'm gonna say this probably to the day I die. In 2020, Tampa Police Department got 40% of the budget. 2025, now they're asking for 60% of the budget. 2030, they want 80% of the budget. And that's not right. TPD got too much blood on their hands to be in the houses business. I've heard people say over there in VME Border Police come, they get you somewhere to stay. I haven't seen that on 29th and Lake, and I go down there quite frequently. TPD should not be in the housing business, and they should not get 60% of the budget. Cut the budget by 20% and serve the people what they want. We want free bus routes. We want number 1 to be free, number 2 to be free, and number 12 to be free. In June, the middle of June, I gave my daughter my vehicle. I went and got a 30-day bus pass. I rode the bus for about almost 3 weeks. And yeah, I had to run the bus stops. They spread out. The bus didn't come that much, but I had a good time riding the bus, and it was cheap. The thing is, we need to work on the route. I tried to go to church Sunday on Livingston and Bears, so I caught number 5 from my house. Walmart is where all the buses end, right down Fletcher. It's no bus goes down to Bears. So the people on 15, 22nd, and 19, they got to walk all the way from Bears to Fletcher to get a bus. So we might want to work on improving the system, and it shouldn't be all on our back either. It's called Hillsborough Area Regional Transit, so that means Hillsborough should get a buck of the money. And we need to do something for the people in District 5. I'm getting so sick and tired of people say we got affordable housing, $1,800 a month for a 2-bedroom. Might be affordable for some of y'all, but the people in East Tampa, Belmont Heights, Jackson Heights, we need low-income housing over there. And I don't care what you call it, just as long as it's 30% of the AMI. That's how you help the people. We was the first CRA in the state of Florida, but look at that, look at downtown, look at Channel Side. Everybody left us behind. People, I stay downtown, I stay on Harbor Island, where we really don't have nowhere to stay in East Tampa. We still got 3, 4, and 5 generations in one household.
Thank you, Valerie. Pam Canella, welcome back.
I'll do the best I can. Did I already give you some papers?
You gave us this one.
Okay, I'm gonna give you some more before you start counting me.
Okay, we'll give you patience.
That has to do with the Manhattan Project, so, because it doesn't have a title page on it. And the second group has to do with, the, positions. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, not that Manhattan Project. We're not building a nuclear bomb in Tampa, in North Hyde Park, are we? Go ahead, I'm sorry. Your time
Okay.
starts now.
All right. My name is Pam Canella. Maintenance has to be our first priority on the budget. Taxpayers need to know how our stormwater assessment fees are being spent. To have more transparency, the stormwater department needs to be separate from the mobility department. The stormwater service assessment pays for operations and maintenance of the existing storm drain system. Salary and operations do not mean the same. By definition, they are distinct concepts in business and in financing. There would be no point to a maintenance assessment fee if funds went to wages and not to proper maintenance. Let me make this short. I went through the basic personnel in the operation and maintenance, which begins at the call center. These people, the employees there are not all stormwater employees. The information goes to the utility tech one. There are 4 inspectors for the 3 zones, north, south, and central. They create a work order, which goes to the scheduler. There are 3 zones, so at least 3 employees there. Schedule goes to stormwater team leader. There are 3 team leaders, 1 for each zone. Then it goes to the crews. These are the basic positions that we need to provide maintenance. Now, there's a list that I reviewed. Can't find it at the moment, but you all have it. And on that list, I researched each one of the individual positions. And some of the positions are not related to stormwater. Some positions do not exist. Some positions are not filled. And there's only 6 sweepers, so why are they 10 employees? There are 3 stormwater zones, north, south, central. Why are they 5 employees under sewer operating team leaders when there are only 3? There's 3 planners. Why are there 32 employees under utility technician when stormwater has only 4? Why is the position of utility trainee posted under engineering and operations and that position is not even filled? The second assessment fee for having to do with city projects, and I'm concerned about the validity of some of the projects. For example, the Manhattan project of 2025 seems to be the same work that we've done in 2019. I've spoken to the contact person, but the answers are still not clear as to the difference in these projects. So my question is, how is the Manhattan project of 2025 going to help with flooding when the other 2 extensive projects have not? Did I do okay? There's a list. I made two lists. And if you look at 2019 and 2025, they're the same pipes. So we're going to be replacing new pipes that we've already placed in 2019 if you approve the 2025. Okay, I'm done.
I surely will. My name is Jade Scott, and I'm here to talk about funding HART. Before I begin, I do want to say thank you guys for funding Route 1 last year, making it fair, free, and frequent. I personally use it quite a bit, and it's been a real benefit to me. And also, as Dana mentioned, it had an increase of 50%, so that's 50% more people that you guys have helped, so kudos to y'all. I do want to start as well by saying that I do genuinely think that HART is the perfect system, but it is the perfect system for the Tampa of yesterday, and yesterday is over. We are in the Tampa of today, and the Tampa of today is rapidly progressing. You can go outside and spit, and you'll hit a new development. You'll see all the cars on the freeway. You can tell that things have changed. This is no longer the sleepy town for seniors and people who are really into the Buccaneers. We are now in a new era of Tampa, and the future of Tampa brings even greater promise. We are well on the way to becoming a formidable economic and cultural powerhouse for the South. And in order to properly sustain the growth that we are already seeing, we do need transit. We need transit, one, for the fun capitalist reason. Transit gets consumers to businesses. Transit gets workers to businesses. It gets people also off the streets, which, again, very useful. But by having those buses that can take people from, your Lutzes or your New Tampas or even your East Tampas and getting them to concerts at Amelie, or even like taking the 100X and getting them to concerts at St. Pete, even though that's not us, but still benefit to them. Those are unique benefits to small business owners and large business owners alike, and that's a net positive. Transit also ensures that the progress that is coming to Tampa is distributed equally, so you don't have to have a car in order to be a part of the growth that your city is seeing. You don't have to be able-bodied because the bus can make sure that whether you're in a wheelchair, you can make it to where you need to go. You don't even have to be of driving age. Just the other day, I was on the 32 coming back from Cyrus Green Community Center, and 2 middle schoolers who just got out were on the bus going home, and that's a level of freedom and that's a level of freedom that they deserve to experience and will help them become more well-rounded adults. It helps ensure that the elderly can still participate in the community and give us the wisdom that they have while still keeping them off the roads, making things safe and all those things. And again, I just think transit is a general positive bit for the city. As Tampa moves into the progress and promise that tomorrow has for us. It's important that we not bend to fear and regression. It's important that we stay bold, and to stay bold, we must fund transit so that we can lead our city and her citizens into a brighter and healthier tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Allison Hewitt, and after that is Robin Luckett.
Good evening, council members. Allison Hewitt, lifelong resident of East Tampa and candidate for District 5. As I've been walking District 5, I just want to make sure that I reiterate that flooding does not discriminate, whether you have or you have not, and that we really need to make sure that we are investing in our stormwater infrastructure. Also, we have found several folks who have fallen because of broken sidewalks. And after we talk to the communities, they don't really know who they contact or how do they contact to be able to fix their sidewalks. And a lot of the seniors are having that issue. Fire Station 15 and our local recreation centers, we really need to make sure we are doing our public safety and community well-being. And finally, I really urge that as we do not have someone for the District 5 seat, that as you're having these conversations, that you're open and transparent of what is going to be impactful for District 5, because someone is not there to be able to communicate to the community about what this budget is going to do and impact for those communities. And again, those communities are so diverse, from Sulphur Springs down to Channel Side. We have some folks who are making sure that they have food on their table and a roof over their heads, and they're not following this budget. And so we want to make sure that you are communicating in transparency to make sure that those people who feel that they don't have a representative, but they understand that you do have citywide folks who are really active in communicating with us, that you are being very specific when you're dealing with issues and discussing issues that will impact District 5, that you're able to say that so we know and we can follow it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robin Luckett, and then Stephanie Pointer.
Okay, so this is my first time presenting.
Can you start her time again? She's trying to learn how to use the little.
Okay.
Each one just goes down like this when you're ready.
Okay.
So there. Yep, and it's right here.
And can you zoom it out?
Yep.
A little bit more. There you go.
Yep. Okay. And you just go one by one.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Robin Lockett. So here to speak about the Yellow Jackets and the Yellow Jackets being in the budget. Just to give you some backgrounds, the Yellow Jackets was established in 1967 and a chartered member of the Little League since 1968. The Yellow Jackets continue to fully sponsor their program by not charging the youth a registration fee. Is zero, and that it has been that way for years. How they handle that is they've always had an operational concession stand, where with the money they paid off made off the concession stand, they were able to offset that cost. And you know, and just a side note, the concession stand was much more than just a concession stand. Families would come and eat from the concession stand because the Yellow Jackets had not raised their prices, right? So it's very affordable to the community. That's why the concession stand is very important. The historic team has provided a safe space for kids for decades. I was in West Tampa and noticed all these dang on kids in the community when we were told that they weren't going to be there anymore. West Tampa baseball team, they were displaced from North Oregon Street, and now they were located in the 2018 Rome Yard project, and they were taken out of it. The team now plays at a different location on West Indiana. I provided a list to everyone, the administration and council, in regards to the items, the infrastructure needs. Field lighting, that was in the previous budget, but that is being handled right now. Small field, regrade infield surface. I don't have enough time. Big field, replace both batting cages, acquire 2 portable mounds, replace scoreboards, building and concession stand. Currently, the capital required for the Yellow Jackets field enhancements is placed in the year 2028 budget, unacceptable. There has to be something done with, while this administration is intact, until they leave, the administration changes in 2027. There has to be something done with the Yellow Jackets and a building being built. If you're looking for designs, Coach Wright has hired an architect a couple of years ago, and he has a design plan for a building. But it's unacceptable that, I appreciate the effort of the $1.5 million, but there has to be something done in regards to the Yellow Jackets being made whole for being displaced and lied to in 2026.
Thank you, Ms. Lockett. Stephanie Pointer, followed by Fran Tate.
Good evening, Stephanie Pointer. I'd like to say that I don't think I disagreed with anything anybody's had to say this evening about the budget. That's kind of unusual. And I support Steve McElhaney's statements about stormwater. Ms. Cannella dug deep. I'm so proud of some of our neighbors that have really, really dug into this budget this year. I'm going to step back a little bit. I noticed that there was a big drop in revenue for Parks and Rec this year. Why? I mean, I can see that we would have had more spending because we had to fix lots of crap from the hurricanes. But why did we lose all that money? And, you know, why, you know, the expenses I can see going up. Development and growth management. Hold on. Let me go back. Parks and Rec. I want to know what the breakdowns are. Where are the Parks and Rec districts? Which districts have gotten money? Which districts have not? I've asked this repeatedly. I met with Mr. Rogerio. I've asked this question over and over and over again. Where are the parks districts and where's the money broken down? Councilman Miranda asked several months ago for a breakdown of spending by district, not just for the parks, but for everybody. I can't wait to see that. It keeps getting put back off. Growth and development. Why are we budgeting less for operations this year? I can't imagine that the amount of building is going down, the amount of, what are they called? But the bottom line is people are going into land development, they're going into construction services, and they're frustrated because they're not getting things done as quickly as they think they should. And with that, why would we take away money for this year to the tune of $12 million from the operating budget? Governmental affairs, I thought those people wrote grants. There should be some revenue in here somewhere. I'm just saying. I mean, if you're writing grants, there should be some revenue. Where is it? Non-departmental. Okay, so if you don't have a department, how do you know how much you have? And how do you know how much you spent? I think some of this non-departmental money needs to find its way into stormwater. It needs to find its way into paving. And I think that we shouldn't even have a non-departmental to the tune of $849 million. That's a lot of money that we don't know where it's going. Well, if you don't know where it's going, then why have a budget? That's a lot of money. Okay, next, in the non-departmental, sorry, I almost forgot, the capital, $244,000, but yet over here it's $3.4 million on the CIP. I'd like to have another minute, please, because why not? You guys are going to talk about this a long time, and you have 2 items on the agenda, and that's not fair.
You're taking your time.
Anyway, so $54 million right here in the CIP.
Thank you, Ms. Pointer. Thank you.
Somebody could help me out with a motion.
No, we can't.
Let me
Got to be consistent.
I'm the last speaker.
No, actually you're not.
Okay, I see how it is. $73 million in the capital budget.
Fran Tate,
You tell me
followed
why
by Julio.
it doesn't add up.
Fran Tate, followed by Julio Lopez.
Next time, you need to make it known that people can donate minutes. It needs to be in the agenda.
Good evening, Ms. Tate.
Good evening, everyone. So glad to see all of you. Seems like it's been forever. Whew. That campaign trail is something else. I am Fran Tate, president of the Jackson Heights Neighborhood Association. I'm also a member of the East Tampa CRA Community Advisory Committee, and a Transit Now member. Lastly, I am a 20-year advocate for District 5. I am here tonight to advocate for public transit transportation. I've had the privilege of commuting via Atlanta MARTA, DC Metro, and now Tampa Heart Route 5 that I used for quite some time to get to my job, Moffitt Cancer Center. My ask tonight is for, number one, fund public transit. Secondly, fund Route 1, the pilot program, for a second year. I've been on that ride. I've couple of Saturdays, and I enjoyed it. It is so relaxing to have someone drive you. I've been on there, and I've got a chance to talk to other neighbors, meet other people, because I'm a people person. I enjoy that, so I am wholeheartedly wanting you guys to fund the pilot Route 1 for a second year and add increased frequency to weekday, evenings, and on weekends. Number 3, increase the frequency, and I'm gonna say Route 5. That's my route. I gotta go hard for it. Let's see, what else I'm gonna talk about. I think that's about it. I wanna go on record to say I do not support $250,000 to the Skills Center, and you know why? I was the chair of the East Tampa CRA, and we allocated funding, almost $500,000, to that Skills Center. We were told verbally that we would receive vouchers for our children in 33605 and 33610, but because it wasn't in writing, we never got the vouchers. Those kids up there need that Skills Center. Everyone up there cannot pay. Their parents can't afford it. I don't support it because I want the vouchers that they said they were going to give to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for the duration, talking men in the audience really kind of disrupts the person that's at the dais, so if you would refrain from the public reactions. Even if you're agreeing with the person at the dais, it doesn't serve them well because it interrupts their train of thought and really doesn't allow them to convey what they're trying to say. Our last speaker of the evening is Julio Lopez. Let's wrap it up, babe. Ms. Sulene.
Hi, I'm Julio Lopez. I go by Jules. I am a member of the Hillsborough Organization for Progress and Equality, and I'm here to, one, say thank you for funding the pilot project for Heart Route 1 Fare Free. Very much thank you from the bottom of my heart. But I would also like to ask that you fund it further again for next year and do likewise for Route 12, because I believe that one of the best ways to address congestion here in Tampa is through adequately funding public transit, and I'm willing to put in the work to make sure that whatever you need as far as support, I can provide that for you as an individual, and I'm going to start twisting arms over in hope to get more voters behind this idea, because I believe in public transit for Tampa. We are growing as a city horizontally, and we're starting to see that vertically as well. I've seen it in Riverside Heights, how old homes are being torn down to build 2, 3 floor homes. So I know we can do this, and we're growing vertically, horizontally, we're growing, period. So I want to see more investment in public transit so that, one, we can start meeting the needs here and now for transportation that many of our dear neighbors have, especially over in East Tampa and along the north-south route of Heart 1 and 12. But I'd also want to promote this as a way to encourage Tampa to become a walkable city and to get people into the frame of mind of really considering funding affordable housing as, the other half of a public transit, because I see both bolster each other. Public transit and a walkable city is the Tampa of the future. And Honestly, we previously had this before in a long historic past when, the trolley had far more reach in Tampa. So I see that we can push for this, we should push for this, and I want to push for this. So I'm going to do everything I can to give you that support and to make that argument for you. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jules, for wrapping it up this evening. I'd like to close public comments for the tentative 2026 millage rate, FY 2026 budget, and FY 2026 through FY 2030 capital improvement budget program. Yes, we do. Councilman Maniscalco. Okay, so let's frame this for a second.
Yeah.
So this is the opportunity for council to just discuss the items that we've heard both from the staff and from public comment. So we can, this will be a Q&A period. We can call staff up to answer our questions, some of the questions that you all brought up today. We can, council persons could ask that question on your behalf, and then of course we can talk amongst ourselves. So we'll start that period with Councilman Maniscalco.
No questions, just comments from what I've heard from the public and what we've done regarding Hart and Route 1. So I love transit. I think it's great. And obviously in Tampa and in Hillsborough County, it's inadequate for as big as we are and population-wise and how spread out we are. But I've seen how in the last year with Route 1, the success of it. You see the ridership numbers, just like with the streetcar. And the streetcar we'll be discussing tomorrow because I know there's some agenda items. But the increase in ridership because the fares were suspended. People like it. People like the convenience of being able to get around without a car. So what I've seen with Route 1 is individuals that may not have previously used the bus, they're using the bus. Individuals that have to pay to use the bus are saving money because, yes, I know it's just Route 1, but it makes a huge difference. I went to New York on Sunday, and I flew into Long Island, and I took the bus from the airport to the train station, took the Long Island Railroad to Penn Station. Was in New York, I saw family, I saw friends, I came back. It was great. I didn't have to I didn't have to rent a car, I didn't have to use an Uber, I didn't have to do anything. I just used transit. I came back to Tampa where I left my car at the Economy parking garage for $16. And it was $16. It took me $13 one way to get into Manhattan. Anyways, it's cheaper to get to New York than it is to park here at the airport. But what I'm saying is, I hope that we continue. I fully support continuing funding Route 1. I know that what happens with Hart, I don't know what's going to happen because if you saw the news from the last week, if it's going to continue to exist or not, whatnot. But transit is important. Having a car is expensive. I had an unexpected repair on my car today. That cost me a lot of money, and I got it done before I came here. But insurance, gas, a car payment, car interest rates, I mean, you add it up, it's a fortune. If us, as a city council, the least we can do is continue to fund this. In the future, perhaps continue funding more routes. It's beneficial to people. We had a wonderful public transit system until the late 1940s when the streetcar system was pulled up. We went into, I guess it was called Tampa Transit, when we had the bus service before it was Heartline. And here we are. Tampa's growing. We're at about 400,000 population within Tampa city limits. Again, getting people around is so critical and so important to the success of any city. Again, I went to New York. New York is an exception. My next stop is going to be Denver, Colorado, where you get from the airport into downtown and back. I'm going to go there to explore it. I did Dallas a few weeks ago. It's easy with the DART system. Again, here we are in Tampa. We're so far behind, but us as city council, we can at the very least continue to fund this and support this because it works, and the numbers are only going to get better.
Thank you, Councilman Maniscalco. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everybody coming out here today and speaking from the heart on a lot of different issues and everything like that. When I hear what people are talking about here today, I hear people talking about the integrity and the dignity of the human person and the need to fight for human dignity for people. I see when I take a look at what's happening in the federal level, the state level, and in the local level, especially in the county, I see costs that are going up for everyday people, and I see public solutions that are going down and dwindling. We see it time and time again in so many different things. We see it in the county commission and what's happening to nonprofits. I'll talk about that in just a little bit. I don't think that we should replicate that in the city of Tampa. I don't think anybody's supporting doing that, but I do want to say that. Councilman Maniscalco talked about HEART. I happen to be the chairman of HEART. I'm always very proud of our work with HEART. And, you know, we're seeing forthcoming solutions on HEART that are anything but solutions, that are more ideology than pragmatism in terms of what we need on mass transit. We have to be very resolute on that, but that is forthcoming attacks that we have to be ready for. We see on the federal level attacks on people, whether it's cuts in Medicaid, cuts in the social safety net, things that are hurting everyday working Tampaños, people in the middle class, people working hard to get into the middle class. You see, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about those Tampaños among us who are immigrants, people who came from Afghanistan, people who came from Latin America, whether it's Cuba, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Honduras, whether it's our Haitian brothers and sisters who were legal 6 months ago and are no longer illegal because of arbitrary distinctions on the federal level. They're hurting. You take a look at Milton, the aftermath of Milton and the hurricane. Just yesterday, I was talking to a woman, a wonderful woman, who before Milton owned a good business on Fowler, had it flooded. Her home in Wesley Chapel got flooded. She no longer owns that business. It's gone, and now she's working at Walmart, and she's about to lose her house. People are still hurting tremendously after Milton. You take a look at housing, what was happening in the county with getting rid of $10 million for affordable housing. Again, costs are going up, public solutions are being taken away, and I think that we here in the city of Tampa need to do what we can to respond to that issue. On nonprofits, I would always, obviously we can't spend, but we have to be sensible as well as compassionate. Going after some of these smaller things, the juice is not worth the squeeze, and the squeeze can be cruel, it can be arbitrary, and it can have negative impacts on people that need it. And I think that we should fight for that. Again, the juice for me is not worth the squeeze in that regard. We can respond to the ugly realities that we see around us by making targeted investments in people. Some of the folks here in the audience talked about it, and I'm very appreciative for that. We talk about housing. One of the great legacies of this city council, I didn't lead that change, by the way. I'm not taking credit for it. I just followed folks' lead on some of this, right? Was putting housing on the forefront, especially of our CRAs. I'll be talking about a small project that we can do for returning citizens through our friends at the Portico here. Very limited investment through their secular arm that's going to pay off greatly for people who are struggling. Making sure that our veterans are represented in our nonprofits. I'll be talking about that. I'll be asking questions and making sure that's in the budget. Talking about people with disabilities. Making sure that people with disabilities are represented in our nonprofits. Making sure that we fully fund and implement the paid internship program, making sure that we look at areas outside of the CRA, whether it's Councilman Carlson's district, South Tampa, or my district in newer North Tampa, and making sure that our parks have more than adequate accessible playground equipment for people who have disabilities. Taking a look at our youth. Our apprenticeship ordinance that we worked so hard for was arbitrarily taken away by Tallahassee through preemption. What are we going to do to fund additional assistance to those young people who want a pathway to the middle class? Talking about things like the Skills Center that County Commissioner Gwen Myers came here to talking about, and do what we can in that regard. When it comes to HEART, I will look to our colleague, Councilwoman Lynn Hurtak, for her leadership in that, and I look forward to doing everything I can to support it. Haven't heard the proposal yet, but I'm sure we'll find a way to support it. Why? Because we cannot take away that commitment that we have made to people riding the bus. These are everyday working people who are going to VA appointments. They're senior citizens going to doctor's appointments. There are people going to work at Walmart and Walgreens and Wendy's and other places that start with W. And we got to be there for them 100%. I obviously support that. The programs that I've gone through, and I've gone through with Chief Bennett on there, for the nonprofits are largely revenue neutral, about 85%, because I've cut back on some in order, because again, you want to be fiscally sound. You want to respect taxpayers and all that kind of good stuff. So that's important. I'll talk about some other things later on away from this, which includes the Ybor City Museum. We have to keep our commitment there in one way or another to our good friends at the Ybor City Museum. I'll talk about that. So we'll get into the weeds, but I want to make sure that we are responsive to what the public's talking about, which I think the overall narrative is the dignity of the human person, and that while, you know, it's getting harder and harder to live in Florida, especially since COVID, costs are going up, but yet public solutions to help out those everyday people are being taken away by the federal government, by the state government, by some in the local government here, and we have to do what we can. Can we remedy everything? Absolutely not, but damn us if we don't try to at least do what we can. So I'll ask some questions, Mr. Chairman, later on if I may, but I just wanted to provide an overall perspective, I guess, if you will, on where I'm coming from this. So thank you.
Councilman Vieira, just to remind you, we are actually in the weeds. So this is round 2 of, so I mean, this is the opportunity if we go to, so if you want, I mean.
I'll make motions. I mean, I don't want to do
Okay.
everything right now. I don't want to take up
But
time.
this is the second round, so when other people
Yeah.
are talking, realize we are in the weeds. Councilman Carlson.
Well, just to clarify for a second, since the first two made statements, should I just make some statements and then ask
I mean,
the questions?
if that's the will of council, we can do that and plan on a round 3.
Because I think I think it sounds like we all have.
I mean, we'll have dialogue, but, okay.
I'll just make some statements. It sounds like we have we all have detailed questions we want to ask. But I just want to make a few statements. The city is in deep debt, and more debt than we've ever had. And if we borrow $100, we're paying $80 or $90 in interest over the next 30 years. I don't think it's fair to our kids and grandkids to put that burden on them. That means that we're going to be taking away services in the future because we're going so deeply in debt. And essentially every dollar we're spending is coming out of debt. And even if it's not directly coming out of debt, we're not paying something else that is going to go into debt. And so we're just moving money around and putting in debt. I think we have to make some tough decisions and start cutting things that we like. I'm going to vote against some things tomorrow that I'm in favor of, but I think we need to vote against, because if you max out your credit cards at your house, you might not go out to eat as much, or you might not go on vacation as much, and you might only have one car, as somebody said. So I mean, somehow we've got to do like families do every day and start cutting and trimming things. We don't have unlimited money. We don't have extra money to save. As Nathan said, we haven't found the huge savings, although I've got some areas of suggestion. In terms of transit, I'm on board with Transit Now and everyone else. I want a robust transit system. I remember having conversations with the then mayor back in the 80s about transit, and we've been talking around it for a long time. There were 4 failed campaigns in Tampa, and we need to not make that mistake again and run those expensive campaigns. Transit Now, with I think little or no money, is running a campaign to get HART's budget increased. I think for right now, if of the choices, that's the better choice. As I recall, it has to go before Temple Terrace City Council, and then back here, and then to Hillsborough County, and then it goes to the voters. But if you go for a sales tax, which is the other alternative, that's got to go through Hillsborough County also and to the voters. The disadvantage is that because of the court precedents, a sales tax after somebody makes $4 million promoting it is going to be siphoned through the county and maybe the cities, and not all the money is going to go to transit. In the case of HART, it's going to go 100% into transit. So there aren't any perfect choices right now, but I think Transit Now is showing, with just a grassroots effort and no money, what the citizens of this community could do. Getting the HART board with some DeSantis appointees to vote yes on that was a pretty big lift. So anyway, thank you for that. The other thing I want to mention, Route 1, I voted against it last year. If the price is the same, I'll vote for it this year, mainly to support my colleagues on it. I don't agree with the city funding transit because I think it should be at HART. I think we need a systemic solution instead of a patchwork solution. But the thing I would suggest to us as I don't think we have a control. And sorry, Transit Now can't jump back up right now, but having the free bus fare definitely helped with ridership. But the other thing is you all promoted it heavily, and you guys created logos, you did events. I mean, all that stuff that you showed, you probably put in $100,000 worth of pro bono promotion for that route. What I would like to see, you're not allowed to show signs in a what I would like to see, what would happen instead of funding a free fare for another route? What would happen if we gave Transit Now $10,000 and said, go out and promote another route, and let's compare the two and see what the ridership would do. If you all went out with your, I don't know who's doing the marketing, but if you guys went out and promoted another route the same way you're promoting this, I bet the ridership would go up dramatically as well. Many people were talking about parks, East Tampa, West Tampa, South Tampa. The parks are falling apart just like everywhere else. We've got to put more money in parks. We've got to fix the roads. We've got people moving out of the city because the roads and the parks are not fixed. And also people are tired of flooding. And despite the letter that the mayor sent pointing fingers, as you could see from Pam, the extensive research has been done by the community and maintenance has not been done. They're in the process of doing it, and it's going to take 7 years. But we know for sure that in many areas maintenance has not been done for more than 7 years since we were promised that it would be done. And so we've got to be honest with the public about what we can do and what we have done, and we need to focus on that. Our Budget Advisory Committee has been looking at fees, and there's no appetite in the community to raise ad valorem taxes. I don't think that a sales tax will pass. There are hundreds of fees that haven't been raised in years. The legislature has some limits on what we can do, but I think we ought to direct the Budget Advisory Committee to go back and look at that again. And the point is that we have, it's not so we can raise rates, it's that people need to be paying their fair share of whatever the service is. If a service costs the city $100, unless somebody needs a subsidy because of their income level, it should be $100. It's not fair that the rest of us through our property taxes are subsidizing those services. We should be charging a fair rate. So I'll hold there, but thank you all for your input and feedback.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I also did not vote for the Route 1. And the reason for that, to me, was simple, but maybe a lot of people don't understand why. So I'll try to explain it the best I can. When you have a route that already has a high ridership, why should I fund that one when you have other routes that had very little to no ridership and try to endorse those to come up? And you have to do something. I rode a bus from when the day I was born till I was about 18 years old. Bus 3 and bus 4. It was called Tampa Transit. It was conducted by a gentleman named Harry Orr that was the head of the bus system in the city of Tampa. The depot for it was on Cleveland Street where they had the buses at the end of the night go and get refurbished, cleaned out, and so forth and so on. I don't know what Hart is doing, it has done. I've never served in Heartline. But I can tell you one thing, it's a hard business to run. And when you see buses, I don't know why they're so dark outside so you can't see in, I really don't. But some of them are, some are not. So I don't know why all the buses are all the same size when the routes are all different amount of people going in and out. And bus line is very different, but it's the same thing as any other business. If you go to a restaurant to eat the first time and you sit down and you like the place, there's only 2 or 3 individuals like yourself in there having dinner, you say, well, what am I doing here? So that's a thing that the buses have to say, you get a line and you're outside waiting for what? We don't even have adequate bus stations where you can sit outside of the sun. You don't have anything like that. So where do you stand? Outside? That's the first thing you gotta address. There's no convenience in bus riding now. In the old days, there was something, because the buses used to go right to your house. They go into the neighborhoods, which very few of them do now. When you look at bus 3 and 4, they went right into the housing projects. Why? Because they knew the people that didn't have the money to ride the bus, or very little money to ride the bus. So that bus was always packed. Why are buses all the same size in Tampa? I don't know. Maybe they're not, but the ones I see are all the same size. So you have to build the ridership by people being in the bus and saying, you know what, this is good, this is wonderful. But now, the bus line, what happened in the past is that there was no traffic or the same amount of traffic in the 50s that there was in the 50s, not in the year of 2025. The streets can't take any more cars. You need a different mode of transportation like rail, and it ain't gonna be in the street. It's gonna be, has to be light rail, because aboard, just like the only one I can see that, and some was mentioned here, the airport has a system that was implemented in the city of Tampa would be the ideal thing to have transportation. Buses are great. Buses came in because General Motors told the rest of the world back in the early 40s and late 40s and 50s, oh, the streetcar is no good anymore. You got to get rid of the streetcars. And you know what they did? They did in the late 50s. And in the mid 60s, they took the rails off. So now we're paying hundreds of millions of dollars to have a studies done, we had 50-some miles of streetcars in the city of Tampa. Don't believe me? Look it up. And it went from Ballast Point all the way to Limeball and Florida Avenue. You had Ybor City, downtown. Everywhere there was a system that went, and you had two systems, a bus line and a rail. And that is gone. The rail is gone. So the first rail that we put cost $11 million, I think, for the streetcar, if I remember, under the Greco administration. Just to do a study for the next line, just for the study is $6 million. So we're looking at something that's needed. How it's funded, I don't know. But I tell you what, I really believe the people come back to the buses if you give them something to do while they're waiting for the bus, and somewhere to have an invitation where you don't rain on you, the weather you can't depend on. You're in Florida, let's face it. It's very easy to be very hot for you or very cold. One of the two, and the cold here is a little damper than it is somewhere else. So you have all these things working against you. You have to realize what we're doing and how we're doing it. And I'm not an expert in transportation. I just wrote it for a long time. And it's not who you want to be or how you are. I can't fix everything in the world. I will support this because it showed the ridership went up, but I want to see it expanded in other areas in the city, not just one line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Miranda. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. Wow.
Thought you were going to have to fight for this, didn't you?
Sort of, but I'm just. First of all, I wanna thank the community. I did not expect this type of outpouring, but this has been a really successful pilot. This has been a really wonderful endeavor. We have more than doubled, or rather, we've gotten more than 50% extra ridership. We've almost doubled it. When this entire pilot started in December, or rather the month before, December, 3,000 people a day were riding the bus. And that sounds like a lot, but now it averages around 5,200. 5,200.
Is that just Route 1?
That's just Route 1. That's just, thank you for asking. Yeah, it was Route 1 and this pilot program, and I do want to thank Transit Now Tampa Bay and HART for really putting out a lot of things to encourage people to use it. Some folks with Transit Now went to every business along the line and tried to get folks to offer a discount. They did this really cool thing where you go to a business and you have to write a review, like a Google review, where you said, oh, I'm so glad this business is bus friendly, or I love this place, I take the bus to get to it. And then you show the review and they give you something. Like at Shuffle, it was a free pint of beer. That's a pretty good deal. But 10% off in these different places. But so folks really came together to find a way, and ultimately what I think we heard was that people really want another way to get around the city. We've heard this over and over again. The three things people want are affordable housing, different types of housing, and transit. And I think especially since this budget is tight enough this year that we weren't able to provide the extra funding that we had for housing, this becomes even more important. Unfortunately, while I think the desire for more free, more routes, when really looking at the constraints we had, as we talked about this budget season, I did have high hopes to expand and do more, and then something happened. I went to the Regional Infrastructure Accelerator kickoff. And for those of you who don't know about the Regional Infrastructure Accelerator, it's a federal program that the city won a grant for. And basically it's a $1 million grant, and what they're doing is they're looking at our long-range transportation plans between us as a city, or rather the Hillsborough County TPO, Pasco's TPO, Pinellas' TPO, and they're saying, what are some projects that are ready to go? What are some projects that we can help fund and help you get cheap funding for? So either low or no income, or low or no interest rate loans.
Yes.
Help me on this.
Tied to the T-bonds.
Tied to T-bonds, which I'm still trying to understand. But what I realized is that Route 1, or the BRT, as it could be known, and that's what was part of the reason for this pilot, is why that project is almost shovel ready. FDOT's done all the studies, all of this stuff has been done. So to continue on with this would just help that funding with the RIA. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to focus on this, and I can talk a little bit more about specifics later, unless you want me to do it now.
Go ahead.
Okay,
I think you're on a roll. You're talking
so-
transit, it's my love language.
Yes, and you know, there's a lot of things we can fund. I talked to Chief of Staff about finding next year a dedicated funding for the streetcar so we can not have to search for it. So I'll be working on that next year with him, and I'm sure maybe you might be working on that in a different lane. I can't know about it, but I'm sure you do. But when looking at the amount of money we have and what we could actually do with it to help Route 1, the first was to maintain, obviously, the service that we have, which is 15-minute weekday service from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. The second would be one of the things we heard from the public was buses are really crowded on the weekends. And so we wanted to, right now, it's every 30 minutes. So we're looking at expanding the frequency on the weekends from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. to every 20 minutes. Still allow people to get around a bit more. Ridership on the weekends has drastically increased. Almost one of them doubled. Sunday actually doubled in ridership already, 93%, so it's almost doubled.
Do you want to pick up the rest of this when you on the next round around?
Yeah, sure, I can, yeah, that's why I asked if you wanted me to
Well,
continue.
I didn't realize you were that far into the
Yeah,
time. but
sorry.
Thank you, absolutely. I have a couple of things. One, just to pick back up on where you are. One, transit. You know, we are not going to go wrong. I don't think there's anybody in the city that can argue that the transit is critically important. You know, and I'm very cognizant of the issue that Councilman Carlson brought up last year, is that, you know, the taxes that we pay through the county, through HART, is city taxes as well as the county taxes. So you have to be at least cognizant of it. But obviously, when we're caught in a no-win situation with the way these things are funded through the state and through the county, sometimes we're just going to have to push up and suck it up. And I think that's where these things are critically important. That accelerator grant you spoke of, there's 2 people that are working on that now full-time. There's 2 staff that we have. This is going to be, for all those 2 people out there that are pessimistic about transit, we're at the threshold of something great. And I think this is something that the first Trump administration started, the Biden administration continued, the second Trump administration is continuing. So this is something that is really good for the city of Tampa. We're going to be able to do some larger scale. We're looking at things at a much bigger scale because you get economy of scale of developing transit systems. So when we start talking about the airport of downtown, maybe we're talking about the BRT, as Councilwoman Hertek said, our top priority transit system that we've been creating are going to, we're at the threshold now. So we're going to start seeing something, you know, if we continue on this process. And I commend Councilwoman Hertek and this council for last year of doing what we did with Route 1. You know, I spoke about it last year extensively about this was an experimental program, but what it's now done has been a catalyst to these further discussions. So it's really, it's kind of exciting. I think when you talk about frequency, that is goes so hand in hand with everything we talk about. Councilman Miranda just spoke about this as, you know, people are not going to stand out and be hot and cold and rained on and stuff. You have to have frequency of service. We heard that about, I think it was Route 30 that goes down Kennedy Boulevard, right? You know, you've got to have frequency. 1 hour, what does an hour do for anybody? I mean, that's just hard. If you're listening, that's useless. Consolidate your damn service and bring it into the city of Tampa where we want transit. We want transit in the city of Tampa. I know, but we want transit in the city of Tampa. Councilman Vieira, we want transit in the city of Tampa. We want transit. I'll leave it at there because I know this is something that's near and dear to your heart. You're going to adequately cover transit as we talk about a couple other things. I would like questions of staff. During public comment, there was discussions about other, and I know we've had a lot of conversation about that offline, and the non-departmental budget lines. If either Mr. O'Hara or Mr. Perry, if you'd like to speak on those issues, I'd appreciate it. Let's see, do I have anything else there? I think those are the only 2 things, the other and the non-departmental for the budget folks.
Yes, sir. Hello again, Council. Dennis O'Hara, Chief Financial Officer. I'll address other first. Yes, there are a number of different formats of the budget, and some of those formats, again, they coalesce or they compile a number of different line items under the term other. Now, that's driven primarily by the state account codes. However, depending on where you're looking in the budget, we break that down line item by line item by line item. So it's a complex budget. Of course, it's $2 billion. So if you go into the website and you look here, or A, you're going to get other. If you look somewhere else, you'll see it itemized by line item. Now, we're happy to identify all of the line items. Indeed, we printed out, we've got a hard copy of all the line items. If there are account codes identified as other at the line item detail level, then that is as detailed as it gets, but there'll be different summaries based on where the viewer is looking at the budget. I don't mean to sound convoluted, but again, it's a complicated and complex budget, and that's part of the reason we're here.
I think one of the comments were made, which is because we've had this conversation based on my observation the other, but I wanted to bring it up to the sunshine so people would understand. Because the way it was, when you broke this other out, when you find that other item in the segment of the budget that pertains to, if online, when you click down, there's nothing hidden, it's all transparent, it will break down into lower trees, correct?
Yes, sir.
So for the public, Councilwoman Hurtak, did you want to?
Yeah, if you got an example.
No, I mean, it's difficult because you do get to these really big numbers.
It
And
is.
from my understanding, it moves places, but like, where does it move? And I think that's a complication.
Agreed.
That a lot of people
Agreed.
don't understand, that I still am working on.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. And we are happy to continue to work on it with you. Again, nobody wants to talk more about it than we do. But it is complicated.
It is convoluted, but when I sat on the phone with you and spoke with you about it, then it's clear. Of course, then when I hang up the phone and I try to find something, the same thing, it's impossible, right? But it's there, it's just difficult to navigate and try to find.
Well said.
Non-departmental, can you explain that, please?
Non-departmental wears a number of different hats. First, it's where we place support for the nonprofits, social action arts funds that we've talked about, where we place support for our assets, the aquarium, the zoo, et cetera, et cetera. But it's also a clearinghouse of movement of funding within different funds in the city. That's why it's got such a large amount associated with it. Make a long story short, you've got to have this, well, speaking of transportation, you've got to have this transportation hub when you're moving funding among different funds, and that's part of the function that non-departmental serves. Again, it can be a little complicated, and it's not intentionally deceptive, but sometimes unless you know what you're looking for, you can get lost in that.
Okay. For the CIP, Mr. McElhaney asked about the South Howard Flood Project, ensuring that if this budget were to pass as it is today by council, what would be authorized for the South Howard Flood Project?
I'm going from memory, and I'll defer, and if I go wrong, I defer to contract administration. But we have an amount appropriated.
Councilwoman Hurtak has something here.
I'm sorry.
It looks, according to the budget book, right now, budget to date is 25.6 million, 1.2 has been spent, and this budget year, 3.6 has been allocated?
Sounds about right. Yes, I was going to say 3 plus, so 3.6. Yes,
So
ma'am.
to complete the budget would require another action by council. To complete this project would require another action by council.
It would, but I do want to add that caveat. I don't have detailed knowledge of what contracts, for instance, that council may have already approved associated with this project, so I don't want to mislead you and say nothing else can be done without your action. I'd have to defer to the department to see if you have approved any course of action within the funding that's been budgeted.
I believe Ms. Duncan has some clarification.
And just so you know, this is the one called South Howard Flood Relief and Streetscape, and the total is 29.2 million.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Duncan.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Council. Jean Duncan, Administrator for Infrastructure and Mobility. The next steps for the South Howard Flood Project would be, probably in about a month or so, we'll be bringing the first of 2 guaranteed maximum price GMP contracts to you. So until those 2 contracts are approved, and they will be done separately, other than what you see in the budget, there's no other action other than what's going on currently with the design that would be authorized with this budget approval.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Councilwoman Hurtak.
Ms. Duncan, what's the GMP that you're gonna be bringing to us?
It will be an early, what we call early works GMP, which is water line work and some side street paving that'll precede the bigger trunk line project.
Okay, and what do you, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot with this, do you have an estimate for how much money?
We don't have the GMP submitted yet. My guess is it will be under $20 million, just for a ballpark to give you, but we haven't received that number yet.
Wow, that's a lot for just water and paving. Oh my goodness, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So my next question is going to be for Ms. Feely. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Duncan or Mr. O'Hara while they're up here?
No, I think we ought to take all reference to the South Howard project out. Can I ask a process question real fast?
Councilman Carlson.
We have a lot of staff in the audience, and we have the police chief and the fire chief. Would it be prudent to let some of the staff go if we don't think we're going to go into their budgets, or do you want to hold all of them the whole night?
Well, I'm reluctant to do it at least through this round. Maybe
Okay.
let's do one more round in case these go like this with questions, because I think some of these questions will provoke questions.
Okay.
So let's do one more round before we make that decision. Ms. Feely? And it was reference a question that was made during public comment about the operating expenditures out of the, oh my gosh, just escaped me, the fund for the building department, about the reduction in the operating expenses. Do you remember what I was referring to?
I actually had that part of the budget, and it does not show a reduction.
Okay. I wasn't aware of it either. That's why I wanted clarification. Okay. So you don't show. We'll take an IOU on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The other also on contractual for TCC, that is their security and janitorial services. So I think that was brought up in public comment also, the 4.1 million. And that's 3.1 for janitorial and 1 million for the security at TCC. And TCC generates revenue, but that's just a statement.
Thank you. And reference for the city staff that's here today, and I don't know if council feels this way, but so a lot of things were brought up from council and things have been brought up for, by the public during public comment. If there's anything that you would like to address, if you somehow get my attention, I will be happy to recognize you to speak, to address things that have been brought up by the public. I think that would be adequate. So just like, is there anybody in our city staff that feels like they need to address something from public comment or council thus far? Okay, very good. Hearing nothing. Okay, Councilman Carlson, you have something else?
I just want to ask some questions.
Okay, let's go again. Councilman Carlson.
Okay, Mr. O'Hara.
Yes, sir. Dennis O'Hara, Chief Financial Officer.
And I'm not trying to put you on the spot either. I hope we don't have to keep repeating this night, but we have questions. Some of them we can ask in advance, some of them we don't. But so in the summaries of the budget, it shows contract administration, I forgot the exact number, 12 million or something in costs, but no revenues. Is it not possible, maybe I missed it somewhere else, but is it not possible to charge out part of contract administration to the enterprise funds since they're primarily servicing them?
That's an excellent question, and absolutely, and we do via our cost allocation plan. If I could back up, a cost allocation plan is our method of doing exactly as Councilman Carlson described, charging non-general fund agencies for general fund expenses. And I'm a perfect example. You know, I serve all of the departments within the city, so we contract with a third party. It's Maximus, very, very capable, very, very good reputation, and they provide a very, very detailed analysis of the amount of work the Revenue and Finance Department, for instance, is doing for example, the Water Department.
So I think it would be good, especially in those summaries, to show what that offset is, if possible. Do you have any idea on, and again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but on contract administration, do you have any idea what percentage of it we recover out of the enterprise funds? I'm just trying to figure out what the burden is to the general fund, because if we can allocate more costs to the enterprise funds, then we free up money on the general fund side.
No, understood, and that's one of the primary mechanisms we use to recoup those costs. I don't have it off the top of my head, but we can provide it. I do think it's useful information. One caveat, because the analysis is so extensive, and because we don't want to get on the wrong side of, like bond covenants and things like that, the analyses by Maximus is done in retrospect, based on actuals. So it'll be about a year or two lag, but we can provide that offset.
Yeah, it would be helpful to know, for example, contract administration, which is a particularly big one. It would be helpful to know, maybe the last 3 years or something, what percentage of it was covered by each enterprise fund, and then what the dollar amount was, so that we could figure out what the burden is on the general fund, because it seems like it should mostly be covered by enterprise funds, right?
I don't know off the top of my head. Of course, it'll be based on the proportion of work the consultant decides their.
So the same thing with
doing.
T&I, and on those summary sheets, it doesn't show any revenues for T&I. Do you happen to? I forgot what the costs are, but do you know what percentage is offset by the enterprise funds?
I will provide that to you with the cost allocation plan. And both those agencies are primarily generally funded, which is one of the reasons we cost allocate out.
Yeah, just in the corporate world, if you have a holding company, you charge back to to each of the business units. So it just would make sense to do that. And I would just ask you, as you're looking at it, is there any other additional cost recovery that we could do in any of those? Knowing that T&I probably would have a lower percentage of recovery than contract administration, because I think contract administration is mostly related to enterprise funds. Also, if you look at the chief of staff's office, there's revenues. I didn't go into the depth to see where that's coming from, but the mayor doesn't have any, and so I don't know if there's, and maybe the same thing for city council. I don't know if there's any cost recovery on any of that, but it would be good to have a hard example of what the if you don't call it revenues, what the cost recovery is on each of those. Like in the case of chief of staff, you do have cost recovery, but in the other two, you don't.
And we can provide you an itemization in a 2 to 3 year history.
Thank you. And then
Yes.
I mentioned the fees before. Maybe we could make a motion at the end. We've asked before for the Budget Advisory Committee to come back with recommendations on fees, knowing that the legislature limits it, but maybe we could get into specifics. And
Councilman Carlson, I think Councilman Hurtak has something on fees.
We have mobility fees are coming back to us. We're actually trying to get it for the September workshop. It's kind of tricky, but we have to get that in before the end of the fiscal year. I'm sorry, before the end of the calendar year. So that's already planned, and I think we have next week's, not next week's workshop, the end of September's workshop is going to be a couple of other things that we need to do before fees. I believe we have the housing needs assessment and coastal area action plan, and I think another one. So they are slowly working on it, but we did task the Budget Advisory Committee to look at it last year. We just need to get them to dig a little hard, focus a little harder this year.
And if there, what are there, like 600 of them or something? I forgot the number, but if there's a way, again, we're not looking to try to just charge people. We're not looking to make a profit or surplus. We're just looking to do cost recovery. So if a service actually costs something, we might have, for people below a certain income level, we might have free or reduced services, but for everybody else, we should at least be charging whatever the fee, whatever the cost is. And if many of them haven't been raised in, if it's true that many of them haven't been raised in 20 or 30 years, then we should look at that. Also, wastewater, it was either this year or last year, it has a negative number, like 230 million. Does that mean that is going into debt, or what do you remember what the total is right now on the enterprise funds, and in particular wastewater? Does that indicate that the wastewater fee is too low and that we're not recovering the cost, or is that a one-time kind of capital expenditure charged against that?
I'm not familiar with the number you're referencing. Where's this? What's that from, sir?
It's on that summary page of the revenues versus costs, and I don't remember whether it was, I don't have the chart in front of me, I don't remember whether it was last year or this year, but it was like a minus 230 million number.
I was going to say that, but it stands out. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, I don't know. Do you see it on there?
He's looking, right? Yeah.
Sorry, I should have opened my laptop.
No worries.
I'm trying to pay attention instead of playing on my computer. But anyway, it probably doesn't mean that we actually lost 230 million. It's probably an accounting application for capital expenses. But I think if we can track the enterprise funds and see where we are on them and what, whether we're covering the costs. And I had a long conversation with Fed the other day too, maybe you all did as well. But because we rated the parking surplus a couple times, but he appealed to me, probably to my colleagues, that he has capital expenses that he has to maintain the parking structures. And so we need to know that too and really look at each of these kind of as a business so we can understand what the costs are, what the ongoing maintenance is so we don't have to defer it, and then what the other capital expenditures are.
We'll follow up on that. Yeah, that's a big negative number, so it stands out.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to look at it like a business unit. Again, I know government's separate than not like business, but if you look at it as revenues and expenses, which is that's why I zeroed in on the summary page you have on the website, because it shows revenue expenses on each of these. It's a great summary, like a business would look at it. But if there are numbers missing, it's not giving us an accurate picture, for example, on the revenue side. The last thing is, I brought this up once before, but if a big chunk of Hannah Avenue building is not filled, I think we can't force the administration to do this, but the private sector would sublease the space, and if it's not built out, you charge the build out into the lease. But whatever that number is, we could recover costs there. We shouldn't be paying for empty space. We should try to monetize it, because where we're headed with the debt and the increase in costs is, and especially if we have some kind of downturn in the economy or a reduction in property tax values, we could be facing financial cliff that could hurt us in lots of ways. And so we need to be prepared for it and know what the sensitivities are leading into it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Celine, can you make sure we get the timer on everybody, please? Councilman Vera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple quick questions, if I may. The first round, if I may, for Chief Bennett, if I may, sir. I just want to go down a list with you just to make sure that these are funded. Most of these were funded there last year, but I just want to make sure out of an abundance of caution that these are there, sir. First is for the veterans. I want to make sure that in the nonprofits, we have veterans helping veterans in the Veterans Treatment Court. That's there, correct? And by the way, if you need to review it before, and I can ask you later.
Yeah, and again, I want to thank Ms. Kopesky for giving us some feedback based on working with council and, of course, our folk, John Bennett, Chief of Staff, by the way.
It's my understanding that none of this is funded in the mayor's proposal, correct?
Well, if you want me to give it the framework for social action and arts, I can do that, and then we can walk into this.
Yeah, would you like to do the framework?
Yeah, I can do a
It's
framework.
my understanding the mayor's budget was zeroed out, and it was up to council to fill it in.
Yeah, so let me, again, John Bennett, Chief of Staff. If you remember through the workshops that we had with the public, we talked about kind of the iterations of the Social Action and Arts Fund. You heard Chief O'Hara talk about how the non-departmental fund had carried that for some time. And we had tried to increase transparency, accountability, and alignment with the strategic efforts of the city. And of course, we've done that over time. And most recently, I want to talk about these 4 categories that these land in. You heard a little bit of it a few minutes ago. So extracting out city assets, which were usually in that category, is one maneuver that the budget office has done to make sure that the city assets are funded more inside the regular budget instead of the Social Action and Arts Fund. And so that's kind of the red triangle that you see in there, assets and strategic planning. The agreements that are in place are those multi-year agreements because the amount recently has exceeded $25,000. And those programs, if you will, those nonprofits have worked through agreements. And of course, they've come to council for those agreement approvals. And those we still have to continue to assess based on their longevity of what the funding has looked like. When we get into the bottom right, the nonprofits that are greater than 25,000 that may be coming new would require agreements, just like the ones that I just mentioned that have multi-year agreements. And then on the bottom left are those that, again, seem a little more actionable for staff, which are under $25,000. They start out with a logic model, and then they get quarterly tranches based on reporting. And again, all groups are subject to reporting, auditing, and public records in all these categories because they're recipient of public funds. Now, the real challenge for us is that we're taking a $4 million traditional bucket and trying to work it into a $1 million recommended budget for FY26. Some of that's already happened by the way of moving those city assets out into the regular budget. Some of that is being managed by shaping the agreements that have already in place. The real challenge really is to work at those that are under 25,000 and anything new that's above 25,000. So what the recommendation from staff, subject to council's pleasure, is that whatever number council ends up approving in the budget, right now it's recommended $1 million, then that will transfer to staff to try and work through to right-size those requests. If they're over 25,000, they'll come back to council with an agreement, just like the ones that already exist. And if they're below 25,000, then they will be handled through that logic model process, through the budget office, and whatever the requisite administrator has. So, example, when Councilman Vieira starts talking about that list that we're going through, it would either fall into the green or blue triangle above or below $25,000. But that's still a work in progress based on whatever number council approves in the FY26 budget, right now recommended at $1 million minus the assets and strategic plan spaces. And I also want to thank council for making those recommendations to move certain things into economic development, arts and culture, and just support them through the normal budget. And again, that's another art and science that we will work with your budget analyst on, if that makes
Can I ask a quick question, Councilman? You brought up something that kind of confused me. Your blue triangle. You said multi-year. What are we approving multi-year commitments? Because that then and then.
So I'll give you an example. The NAACP, because they went from below 25 to above 25, that agreement comes in. Now, each agreement, of course, can end on 9/30 of any given year, September 30th.
So there's not a.
But it has to continue to approve based on budget, of course, getting approved for that year.
Okay, but we don't have obligated beyond 9/30 of each year. No. Okay, that was confusing by the term when you said multi-year. It implied that we had multi-year approved project or approved. Funding.
Yeah, no. So what happens is everything will stop on 9/30. However, it can be continued.
There's no golden gooses.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Can I say one thing?
It has to be funded to continue.
I just want to add something to that. I think you mentioned moving things to economic development. I said this before, but I think because the NAACP is an entrepreneurship program and Skills Center is about skills training, I think those should be under economic development and be analyzed for their productivity from economic development, not as this budget.
Right, and that's the work we're still working through based on the list. Again, we were pushing 100 by the first couple workshops, and now we have worked through those to some degree already. So back to
Councilwoman Hurtak.
And I know, Councilman Vieira, you're going to talk about some of the things you want to fund, but I promised that I would hold the mantle for Councilwoman Henderson and some of the things that she had wanted funding for. I know that some of these are on the list that Ms. Kopesky just passed out to us, but for some reason I can't tell if Cornerstone Family Ministries is supposed to be on here instead of Cornerstone Kids. I remember we had to do a change of name at one point for her, if anybody remembers that. There was a Scribner's error where she gave it, I think, to Cornerstone Family Ministries, but it was supposed to be Cornerstone Kids. And okay, so I'm not crazy because Sue Ling's nodding, she remembers this. But I just wanted to say that Cornerstone Kids, the councilwoman had wanted to put $20,000 for them because they were able to find matching funds as well. So I don't know. I just wanted to make sure I put that out there because that's the one I'm confused about, and it will give y'all a little bit of time to look into it. But that was actually something that Councilwoman had done just before
Yeah, I remember
her,
that.
her passing.
Yeah, we'll clarify.
So, I have a question. So we have this list that you've worked, I guess, behind the scenes with Ms. Kopensky on, correct? But this list totals to a little less than $100,000. If this council was to allocate $2,100,000, where does that $1,900,000 come from?
And that's where I step to the right. Ask Chief O'Hara to bring that up. So,
Mr. O'Hara, where's your hat filled with money?
Yes, yes. Unfortunately, I don't have one. There are a couple of potential options. The first one that I can think of is, similar to what we did with our balance carried forward from last year. This year, you'll recall, it was $11-12 million. Too soon to tell right now what the general fund will carry over for next year, but we could put that, hold the request in abeyance and see what we have to bring forward next year. There are a couple of other items that have already surfaced requiring funding for next year. For example, replacement of the police sidearms. So we're keeping a running list of potential increases that will be compelled to do one way or another. So that would be one option, is look to see what we're going to carry forward next year. The other option, and it's obvious, but I'll state it anyway, is to reduce an amount in the recommended budget someplace in the general fund and appropriate it for the Social Action and Arts Fund for that incremental difference. We could also, as we always do, just actively manage funding for next year. Now, that's a bit of a gamble, as the Chief of Staff mentioned earlier. And I absolutely include council in that because we amend the budget all the time with council's approval. We run a very tight budget, 99%-ish for the last 4 or 5 years. So it's very tight with very little wiggle room, and really the wiggle room that we typically have is that assigned fund balance and our regular unassigned fund balance. I guess that's a long way of saying the options are pretty limited unless council wants to move funding from one spot in the recommended budget to this spot.
Now, for Chief Bennett, I also saw a list I don't have in front of me. There's a long list of folks that have applied, new applicants for this. And this, what we have in front of, at least what I have in front of me right now, does not take into account this very long list of new applicants. How would we treat that from unobligated or unbudgeted money?
well, again, that's another vetting exercise that has to go through based on, again, whatever dollar amount council sets on for this, then they would be folded into the, for example, we don't even know yet some of the new ones have that strategic alignment with what council and, of course, our budget can support. So there's a lot of work still to be done on some of the new requests. There's no way to vet those yet. And again,
Yeah, this is making me uncomfortable in that it sounds like you're leading us down a path to allocate X number of dollars and then horse trade after the fact, so we get to a dollar figure rather than evaluate each individual item holistically and compare it to a budget. So I'm uncomfortable with that. But Councilman Hurtak, was a quick one of those. I'm going to go back to Vera because this was still his time. Okay, Councilman Hurtak, and then.
And I'm sorry, just to add some context, you don't have it in front of you, but just off the top of my head, we have a total of $5 million in requests. In total, including new, not just new, but total.
The only thing I wanted to say is that Councilwoman Henderson's aide, Darlene Johnson, did bring me the request, and it was, so the ministry is actually Cornerstone Kids, so I just, so we can. For
the record, let's make a pen and
that
change
is solved. But yes, I don't want to get bogged down on this, so I
agree. But it's got to be resolved.
Yes, it does, but I'm going to let Councilman Vieira speak because it's his turn, and then I'll say something about it.
Councilman Vieira, then
Yes,
Councilman
sir.
Carlson.
Thank you very much. And Chief Bennett, thank you for that, sir. But I want to just go through them in abundance of caution that, again, you have the Veterans Treatment Court and Veterans Helping Veterans are funded this year, correct?
Veterans Helping Veterans, Veterans Treatment Court, correct.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
One point, yeah, I want to make sure this terminal, because I think what you're saying is misleading. Nothing's funded.
Proposed to be funded in the mayor's budget.
No, the mayor's budget was zero.
Well, in other words, proposed to be funded in this framework.
No, the mayor's budget was zero. You've worked behind the scenes after submission with, if it was my understanding, because the mayor, y'all did not allocate any money for this stuff, correct?
We had $1 million.
$1 million, but it
right.
wasn't line item. There was nothing.
No, it was not line item
Right.
based on,
So
and we
zero.
identified.
So if I may for my time, I'm asking for this sheet, if it is on this
That's what
proposed
I'm,
sheet.
right, and this sheet was,
This
Yeah.
is not a proposed sheet.
this is what was shared with us
So
tonight.
if I may have my time without interruptions.
Well, I
please.
just want to make sure there's misinformation being spread. This sheet was created with working behind the scenes, and I'll reset your time.
Yeah.
Between the administration and our budget analyst.
Yep.
And if we want to bring up our budget analyst to answer that question, but don't count, what I want to make sure is you don't walk off thinking that something's there that's not there.
Sure. And
Just because it's on the sheet means nothing. This was a behind the scenes worksheet.
Yeah.
That was created, not a budget sheet,
Absolutely.
not even a suggestion by the administration, because you can see the administration budgeted $1 million. This sheet without the new submissions is $2 million.
Sure.
So it's already $1 million over budget.
And if I may speak on my time
Okay, go
here,
ahead. You can
this
reset his time,
is,
please.
these things that I'm proposing here are essentially, for the most part, revenue neutral. There are things that were taken away from last year that are offset by what we're doing this year. So I'm speaking to this sheet for the record, and that's it. So for this sheet, I want to go through these proposals because in our nonprofits, we should be helping out our veterans. We don't do anything for our veterans right now, for the most part, in our nonprofits, and we should do more for people with disabilities. So I want to go through really quick in there, which is, so we talked about the veterans groups. For folks with disabilities, Chief Bennett, I see we have in here the Penguin Project, Bubba Mail Solutions, Mike Phillips Foundation, Buddy Baseball, and their partner, League of Their Own, correct?
And I'm tracking with you, Buddy Baseball, League of Their Own, Michael Phillips Foundation, Bubba Mail Solutions, and the Penguin Project.
Can I suggest that for the interest, the public interest, that somebody who has a sheet put it on the Wolf so that folks that
Mine's a
follow
little
along can see this?
Scratched up.
I wanted to confirm that those were there because I want to highlight that these are here to be voted on by this council. And I want to make sure that we support this because, again, these two communities deserve to be in our nonprofit budget. I think that's very important. Obviously, the special needs internship, you and I had talked about that, Chief Bennett. How is that in this year's budget? I want to make sure that it's there.
Well, what I'd like to do, just to make sure we're accurate, is ask the budget office to say how much is in our internship program, which would cover any intern, of course, working for intern dollars for the city of Tampa. So,
Yeah, the audience can't see the sheet that's on the Wolf.
CTTV, can you make sure that the audience can see this presentation?
This will be the primary, but there is.
Yeah, this
yes.
is it. This is.
There it is.
Thank you.
And we're looking up the internship.
What, I'm sorry?
We're looking up the amount.
Okay,
for
great,
your
yep. So I just want to make sure.
that's in the actual budget, though.
Yes, that's there, that's funded,
And
we've
that's
gone over
for-
this
yep.
a great deal, et cetera. I want to make sure that that's
think
there,
it's
so we'll go on there. A couple of things I want to make sure that are on there. So, Mr. Chairman, let me ask you if I may, sir, in terms of, what do you envision in terms of this meeting? How do we resolve this issue here with the nonprofits?
Yeah,
I mean, that's-
boy, isn't that the magic question. So so the administration submitted the mayor's proposal to council. In their budget, they have allocated $1 million for these funds. If council, and it's this meeting, council needs to make a decision, if they take this square peg and put it into this round hole within $1 million, it's just a matter of lining through items to get to $1 million. If we exceed that $1 million, as Mr. O'Hara presented earlier, we either have to find a funding replacement somewhere else in the budget to get beyond $1 million, or whatever witchcraft he was referring to as far as like the 2026, I don't know. Okay, so yeah, Councilman Hurtak has a question about that.
And this, I think, goes to what Councilman Carlson was saying earlier. Like the Hillsborough Homeless Coalition, it says subtotal housing. Why isn't that being paid for through housing?
It very well can go there, so that's part of this whole
That's what I'm
exercise.
saying. Maybe we do just set a budget and then, we still have a second bite at this budget apple in 2 weeks. So if we can at least just highlight some of the areas that we think need to go into other sections of the budget, such as the Hillsborough Homeless Coalition.
Well, I think before we leave tonight, the cake needs to be 90% baked.
I agree, but I
right.
think that's 90% being baked, is saying, hey, so if we each take a moment and try to figure out where some of this stuff should go, and then, because, I mean, you cut me off to a proposal I was gonna make.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I mean, for transit, so I mean, like, I'd like to
I
get
know.
that done too.
Yeah, exactly.
Should I continue?
Go continue.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
go
you. Yeah, and
restart
I
his
won't
time,
go
please.
through all these proposals here. Again, the things speak for themselves. I do want to speak on anybody, because again, I don't know what people have heard, et cetera. Who here has been briefed on the Porticos housing project that I've been talking? Anybody? Nobody has been? Okay, well, let me, La Rosa? Okay, then what I'll have to do is, I'll have to go speak to Ms. Feely outside of here, because I don't want to take council's time on this. But yeah, no, that's important. In terms of the funds for, we had talked about with, I believe it was Ms. McKenzie was here, for the funds for assisting with apprenticeships, $50,000 to $100,000. Is that something that's in the budget now?
$100,000, oh no, I'm going to go back to answer the first question about internships. There's $100,000 in the budget for
Okay,
internships.
swell, okay, great. How much of that would be dedicated to people with special needs?
It could be as much as we have capacity for. So, you know, it's a sliding number for all internships. So if 70% goes into unique abilities, then it would be 70,000 of that.
Okay.
So again, as much as we can bring in for those internship opportunities, then that's where that number would lie.
How much did we spend, if you know, this year on internships for people without intellectual disabilities?
Without?
Yes, sir.
I do not know. We'd have to get that for you.
Okay, yeah, because I'd want that to make sure that we dedicate something, because again.
I know of use cases, but I don't know what the dollar amounts were.
Okay, yeah, no, I'd obviously.
I know I had
want-
two of them, one in, actually, with unique abilities in TNI and ADA.
Okay. Couple of things, council. I will make a motion at the end for a number of items, if to have Ms. Kopensky work with Mr. Rajero and see how council feels about it. A couple of items to look for funding and support. I know that the Skills Center is asking for some funds, and if we look at other parts of the budget, whatever it may be. We also got a request from Tampa, from the Firefighters Museum. I see some of the obviously Chief Tripp's here, I see Mr. Hill here, I see Mr. Stocco here, I see Chief Morris Lopez here from Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, whose grandfather, Morris Lopez, was killed as a Tampa police officer. And we can do a motion to have them look at potential funding sources for that, because I think that those are things that I think we could all support and everything like that. So what we have to do, council, is take a look at this nonprofit budget, see what we can move out to other areas. The things that I've proposed are within the budget largely of last year, because again, there was a welding program that I took away that I got funded last year to supplement other things, because again, I stayed within the budget that I proposed last year, because I want to be cognizant of that, obviously. So we can talk about that later. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, I feel sorry for you, man, because you got to propose how to, herd cats here, so to speak.
Oh no, this is not just the chairman. This is there's six people up here that have to do this. And I just want to, again, it's council's budget. What the mayor presented allocated $1 million for these particular line items of budget. If this now council's budget wants to go beyond $1 million, and I think you just heard the new submissions is a total of $5 million, we would have to go somewhere else in the budget and find that money to supplement there, or we make a decision to cut some of these programs to fit within that $1 million budget. So anything that is beyond $1 million, this council, 6 people, not Alan, the 6 people have to make a decision about where that money's coming from. Councilman Carlson, you're next.
Okay. I want to start by asking, I think it was at the workshop, city staff or somebody proposed that each city council member put in $100,000 for nonprofits, and I said right away, I would rather that we all pool that. Does anybody know, and I think Councilmember Hurtak weighed in on that as well, but have we decided what we're doing with that? Because then my question related to that is that somebody announced that city council had this money and that there was a deadline for applying for it, and suddenly I got a whole bunch of calls, and I never even wanted to allocate that because I feel that it's political instead of strategic. Do we know who announced to all the nonprofits that money was going to be available, and are we even going to spend that? Do we know?
I don't.
Is the 700,000 back in this budget now? Or are we?
Well, again, I want to reiterate, so the mayor's submission of their budget allocated $1 million to social action and arts funding. They did not allocate $1 to any particular organization. They left that to council to make that determination.
So Chief of Staff, I think you were the one who said it, forgive me if I'm wrong, but that either you or Dennis proposed that each of us would have $100,000. Is that 700,000 somewhere in the budget, or was that just a hypothetical?
No, that's slicing the million into a
That's
300,000 bucket, and that's only if there wanted to be some recommendation, bumper rails for each council member or each district, et
Okay, so
cetera.
that idea is
But we
dead.
don't have to do that, of course.
Yeah, that idea is dead because we already have a combined list.
Again, we do not have, I want to right set this again. There is no list. What's before us right now
There's
was a
opportunities.
draft document that was created between cooperation between our budget analyst and the administration, and it wasn't anything other than just spitball. This is not written in stone. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe let's hear from Ms. Kopinski. because she's-
Hager Kopesky, City Council Budget
Kopinski. I
Analyst.
mispronounced your name.
That's all right. So that is correct in the sense that there was input by some folks, and Councilman Vieira has been very specific about reorganizing his items for the year. And so where that input occurred, I tried to incorporate that into the schedule you see. And then the balances that have historically been there were left as is to allow the conversation to happen.
So this was just a conversation catalyst.
Correct.
And basically putting it in black and white, what all the funding is, what she's heard from people.
Correct.
This is just in the wind kind of stuff.
I would call it a coding exercise.
There you go.
Yeah, I wish the new ones were highlighted in some way so that we could see that. But remember,
Well, you would see that because in FY '25, it would be 0.
yeah.
Right.
Councilmember Henderson also had an idea that we wouldn't fund more than a year or more than a couple years. Anyway, my thing is, one way or another, this million or this $2.5 million is coming out of debt. If it's not directly coming out of debt, it means we're not taking $2.5 million that we could have paid down debt or reduced debt. So we have to keep that in mind. The city does not have money. We don't have money to spend. And this is not a choice about whether we support nonprofits or not. We don't have money unless we borrow it. And so I think we have to be really prescriptive about it. I said this before, and Councilmember Hurtak also said it, but I think that all of these should be moved into departments. And for this year, we ought to, maybe we could be prescriptive about some of them, but they should move into departments, like all the disability stuff. I think, Raquel is, I don't know if you agree, but she's fantastic at strategy and helping people. Put all the disability stuff under Raquel, and we say, we're gonna give you, for this year, we'll recommend these nonprofits, and we'll put in a budget for your strategic investments. These are services that the nonprofit sector provides that the city does not provide, or they provide it at a better cost than we could provide. So, and then next year, instead of us going through an arbitrary list like this, for example, Raquel would come back and say, okay, based on my metrics, here are the ones that I would invest in that I think were worth it. And the same thing, NAACP here is under equity. It really, that program is an entrepreneurship program. It should be under economic development. And then, Chief of Staff, you have a homeless initiative. All of that should be under that initiative, and that should have a budget. And then I think all of it, housing should be under housing. All of these, I don't know where you would put veterans, but we need to put all of these should be tied to the strategy of the department. And we can have discussions with the department heads, but ultimately, I think the department heads should, and their staff should be responsible for making sure that these organizations are hitting their metrics. And we can hand these in buckets off to them this year, but next year they should come back and recommend to us what they think is the most effective.
Thank you. Councilman Maniscalco?
Yes. Here's a suggestion, and if we can't do it, we can't do it. But in light of what has been said, I'm looking at the $1 million discrepancy here. The Hillsborough Homeless Coalition, $190,000. We can use some housing money for that because it is going towards housing. Florida Orchestra, $175,000. They're housed within the Strass Center. Can downtown CRA dollars go to that? I see Abby nodding no, so that's that. Feeding Tampa Bay, $200,000. With the hurricanes last year, they were out there feeding people every day. Every day they were out there. Can we use any FEMA reimbursement, any money that we got regarding hurricane, disaster funds, whatever, to cover this, considering that they were literally boots on the ground feeding the community, feeding Tampa Bay? What else do I have? The Ybor City Museum Society. Museums and buildings within an Ybor City CRA. Can we use Ybor City CRA dollars for that? I see Abby shaking her head. And then in regards to what Councilmember Carlson said about NAACP, it really should be economic development. The full $100,000, but with their with the programs that they offer, it is. I mean, you're lifting up members of the community and giving them opportunities. It is economic development. Can we shift that 100 there? So I saw heads nodding no, or Abby's nodding no regarding Florida Orchestra CRA, Ybor City Museum Society. She was shaking her head. I'm just trying to take that $1 million and bring it down. So taking out the Florida Orchestra and the Ybor Museum Society puts us at 275 plus 2. I'm still short $500,000. I'm just speaking freely here, in order not to cut anybody, because there's others here that are, returning citizens, 100,000. Leave it alone. TBAE 200,000. Speak Up Tampa Bay 208,000. There's big chunks of money here. Anyways, that's really it in trying to figure out that $1 million shortfall. If anything that I've proposed makes sense, Hillsborough Homeless Coalition 190, take it out of housing or move it from housing. Feeding Tampa Bay, if it is even reasonable because of what they did during the hurricane, and then NAACP, moving them to economic development, that gives you $500,000 if we can shift that over without cutting them.
Just remember, if you're moving it into a department, that department has to have excess funds to be able to support it, so you have to.
It's a shift and lift. We'd have to cut and paste from here.
I mean, but that would.
Spending the same amount of money.
Yeah, you're just moving it.
But I mean, the money doesn't exist. It would have to be unbudgeted money, which it's not reflected in that budget. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I think that what I would like to do with this is, what I would like to do with this is to ask Ms. Kopesky to continue to work with the budget or with the CFO to find the items that should be funded in departments. There's quite a bit of money, as Councilmember Maniscalco stated, that should probably be owned in different areas. I don't want to spend our entire budget time talking about just $2 million or $1 million. I also have no problem finding extra funding, but I don't think we have to do it by this particular, I don't think we have to do it by tonight. I really would like to find a way to move forward with this and putting some of this funding into the departments in which it really should live. I do not think, again, the Homeless Coalition, it should not be a social action arts fund. It's something that we fund every year, or we should. This is something that should just simply be part of our budget. And I know that Councilwoman Henderson tried to do a workshop on this. I just don't think we went as far as we needed to. We obviously need to sit down and have a workshop about this, and this is not the time to do that. So, I mean, could we, Mr. O'Hara, if we approved the budget tonight as is, and then we decided, after working with you, after working with Ms. Kopesky, after we finding, and I would ask that we possibly get a draft of this no later than Monday of next week, to just quickly say, this belongs in this category, this belongs in this, could this belong in this department?
Yeah, sorry.
Just to give us an idea, and if we each got a copy of that to kind of look at, to figure out some funding, we could decide whether or not to add more money, like you said, from another possible, yet small source.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes. The short answer to that, ma'am, is yes. We can adopt the budget as it is with the $1 million for to be determined. And again, let me just back up. I don't want to mislead council nor the public, but a budget is a plan, and this plan is already almost 2 months old as it is now.
Okay.
You know, we amend the budget all the time because we amend the plan. So there may be opportunities in the future, but it's a gamble.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I make a suggestion? Maybe just to move this along, because like you said, I hate
Yeah, I
to
mean,
beat this dead horse. What if we went with that first, to start this off, we have $1 million, so divide that by 7 or 6 at this point.
Not gonna do it.
But I'm just saying, and then we have then we go, at least that starts us off. And that starts us off, and then we can continue with your plan to do what you're saying. But at least that gets us, that kickstarts, we know what our top priorities are on this budget, and then we go to plan the rest of it with what your plan was.
I would rather.
Councilman Mascott.
I would rather, as Councilmember Hurtak suggested, I mean, if I sit down just on my own and with Ms. Kopesky and say, how can we figure out this $1 million shortfall? I look at numbers all day. I think we can figure it out. Mr. O'Hara said yes, and the short answer, yes. Anything, I was gonna say Montez, not anything is possible. I'm sorry, I know, anything is possible.
You hear that? You hear that? You're not in the room, you're still being talked about.
Yeah, so, and by Monday, it gives me the weekend to look over this stuff and these numbers and see what I can figure out.
Well, here's my question. Is there things on this, my question would be, are there things on this sheet that are indefensible considering the budget constraints and what Councilman Carlson said about having to finance? Is there stuff here that you're willing to finance and bond? Well, everything on here is being bonded, really. And I think Councilman Carlson hit that hard.
Can I just say, the other slice of this is if we worked with the chief of staff to allocate these, and in the first year we would allocate the buckets of money that go with them. But if we allocated them to different departments that you would help us choose with the bottom line accountability, what we might be able to do between now and the second hearing is just have the department heads or whoever is in charge of it give us feedback on what they're doing and how this helps them. That way it's not an arbitrary or political decision. I like all of these organizations. I'd like to fund all of them. And you said there's 5 million more of people that have actually applied. I've had all kinds of calls from people, but the problem with giving away money is 90% of the time you say no. And what we need to do is be strategic about it so that the taxpayers know that we're spending the money correctly.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much. You know, I got to tell you, I think it's frustrating because in years before, we have a budget with set amounts, council members, to the extent they want to, work with the administration on it. And now instead, what do we have here? We got the Tower of Babel, and we're spending all this time on this that we shouldn't have. And we're creating a nonprofit budget from city council instead of having a proposal that we can go from. We don't have that. So that's very frustrating to me because, again, the stuff that I put in there, it's about 85, 90% monetarily the same as what has been put in other years. I don't look at the proper analysis is not if this needs to be bonded. I voted against a lot of things before in the budget, in the CRA, in the budget. I voted against a project 2 weeks ago or so. I'm not going to say, oh, we're going to bond this. No. I think that's a kind of analysis to have that's improper for this or for anything, quite frankly. I really do. There's a couple of things to look at here, which is, for example, and again, this is getting in the weeds on these things that we shouldn't be doing. But very briefly, returning citizens, that should not be in the nonprofit. That's a partnership that we have with the county, and that's going to be going under the Office of Returning Citizens, right? Which I have faith will pass. So that's number one.
Under economic development,
Yeah,
for example.
absolutely. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's great, Councilman Carlson. So that's number one. We should just look at something, someone should motion that each council member works with the administration, and I know some people don't like the idea of having something allotted, we get an X amount of dollars under our discretion or jurisdiction, whatever you want to call it, to work on this. The Ybor City Museum, for me, that should go somewhere else outside of here. Those folks should get funding every single, every single year. Unfortunately, Councilman Maniscalco, we can't do that under the CRA because a lot of it is operating costs, but those folks have taken, big hits, and exactly. So we can get there. It's just, again, we have the Tower of Babel. It's nothing against us. It's just that we're spending a lot of time on this, and this isn't really a heavy lift traditionally. So that's my frustration, but yeah. And I'm not easily frustrated.
Once again, we can pass an FY26 budget of $1 million as presented by the mayor and pass that and divvy the money up at subsequent council meetings or subsequent council discussion. If we go above $1 million, we have to figure out where that money's coming from or how we're going to allocate it. So, okay. So, let me take one quick break because I think we're ready to release staff. But Abby, I have the one thing on the development and growth management budget. Ms. Feely? So under development and growth management, under expenses for operating, it's kind of interesting for maybe an explanation. So example, in 23 actuals was 24,057,000. 24 actuals was 30 million.
May I see that sheet?
I need it back though, because it's part of my book. You may have it back. Can you put on the wolf?
Wolf. I love that name. So that was the question that came up during public comment. And I think the operating was the thing that was.
Yeah, operating line from 22 million to 30 million to 18 million. That was the question.
I'm gonna need
I was
to
gonna say,
look at it
I'll get
and
back
break.
with you as
Yeah, I'm gonna need to go back and look at that and,
Okay.
and come back at the second hearing and clarify that for you. Cause I did not track it that way in my own budget documents, and there may be a typo or error, but let me get with Mike Perry, his team, and then come back to you, next week.
Okay.
Right?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Ms. Perry, that's Mrs. Hertek, Councilwoman Hertek's document, so don't let it get out of your
Yeah.
hand.
Oh, you can just give it to Mr. Shelby, and then I'll put it back in my book. Okay.
Okay.
Can I get back to what
Oh,
I mean, you cut
yeah,
me off
I
when
did.
I was doing a motion.
I did. Well, you asked. Councilwoman Hertek.
Thank you. I want to get the bus out of the way so the bus people can go home, which I think they finally have. 'cause
Speaking
they're
of,
done.
do we need staff?
No, I don't need staff for
Council,
bus conversation.
council, if anybody wants, we're not forcing you out, but.
Can I just, I want to let them go too. Can I just ask one quick question based on the public?
Councilwoman Hurtak.
That's fine.
Okay. I promise we'll get.
Mr. O'Hara, Ms. Bullock brought up a point that I've heard a
When I
lot.
say staff, I don't mean this table, I mean all those people out there.
No, but you'll hear in a second. So Ms. Bullock brought up a point that I've heard a lot in the community, which is that 60% of the budget is going toward police or police and fire. Can you just explain that to the public?
Certainly.
And I figured we could ask that question since they're here. You're talking about general fund, not the total budget.
Yes, sir, if you give me 1 moment, I'll pull it up.
I just want to explain, I want to make sure we explain that to the public so they.
The 60% reference was for both police and fire combined of the general fund. Okay, so when we.
How much is police of the total budget, the 1.95 billion of the?
Police is 13% of the total
How much
budget,
is fire?
and fire is 8%.
8%, okay.
Yes, sir.
Just so we have and how much is police of the general fund?
Police is 35%, a little over 1/3 of the general fund, and fire is just under a quarter, 23%.
Just of the general fund, but only 18% of the total budget.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. You said fire was 25%?
Fire is 23% of the general fund.
Okay, very good, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is council okay with the folks that are in the audience if they wanted to go home?
Sure.
Okay. If you want to go home, you don't have to leave, you're welcome to stay here, and,
This is different than a bar.
yeah.
Oh, wow, man, look at how fast they got up.
You see how much we're loved.
Okay. Okay.
Councilwoman Hurtak, I won't interrupt you, I promise.
So going back to the talking about the bus, I'll cut to the chase. Instead of the 1.65 million last year, I talked earlier about possibly putting a placeholder for 3 million. Well, good news. Just focusing on Route 1 and just focusing on keeping the frequency and adding frequency. I talked a lot to Hart about Fare Free, and I really wanted to continue that program, but knowing we have less money in the budget, I wanted to stick with Route 1 because of the RIA grant and because of the ability to look at the BRT. Doesn't mean that I don't want to continue this program further as we have money, and maybe we'll find some this year. But, and the other reason I also wanted to wait is because Hart is redoing their routes right now, and that's supposed to go into, that's supposed to start in June. So I kind of wanted to see what they were going to do with that. But what I'd like to do is, the good news is it's this year to continue the program and to increase frequency on the weekends and every night from 6 to 9 p.m. to try 20-minute intervals to try to get people to use it, to go downtown, to go to the Straz, to go to Curtis Hickson, to go places like that, is only 1.35 million. So it's less than last year, and there will this particular one, again, I worked on this with Hart, would have no fare-free component. And mainly that's because we need to be able to get 6,000 people a day on it from day one as a BRT, but we really do need to get people used to the idea of paying for the bus. And as several of the commenters said, and as we got feedback from both Transit Now Tampa Bay and Hart surveys saying people will ride the Route 1 anyway, but the thing they wanted the most was the continued frequency. It seems like that was the way to go. I would love to be able to add another route and do a fare-free pilot similar. So I'm hoping maybe we can find some money either later in the year, maybe look at next year. But in terms of what the smart thing to do is to focus on that RIA grant, focus on the BRT, get more people to continue to use it. And what I would love to do at Transit Now is to continue to work on the advocacy that we've done about getting people on the bus. But in this case, we'd be adding a step of learning how to pay for riding the bus. There's a lot of great stuff we could do with it. So again, that's 1.35 million, and there are multiple places to find it. I know that parking doesn't want me to find it there, but I found it there. So, unassigned use of fund balance is 5.377688. And so I would like to take 1.35 out of unassigned use of fund balance for parking operations and move that to the Route 1, I don't know what we want to call it, frequency fund.
It's really just a subsidy.
It is a subsidy.
Yeah.
So, but not only that, I do want to have a discussion about capital when it comes to parking. I think there's a lot of things that I do want to do with capital. I think fixing the parking garages is one thing, but nestled in that capital improvement is also that reader, the parking, showing how many spaces are on each floor, and we talked about that last year. That wasn't something we wanted to fund, so I really wanted to talk about it this year, because it's in the CIP. It's not in the operating.
But not for 26 though, right?
Oh, yes, there's some money in 26 for it. So that's what I said. I wanted to talk about it. Again, I think it's a longer conversation, but we really need to start digging into the CIP, and I heard that Councilmember Carlson wanted to do that as well. But, so my motion right now is to put 1.35 million from parking unassigned fund balance to Route 1 frequency improvements, and those frequencies are: maintain the current 15-minute service on weekdays from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., add 20-minute service on weekends from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., add 20-minute service on weekday and weekend evenings from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Excuse me, Council, if I could just ask a clarifying question.
Mr. O'Hara.
The 1.35 million, is that for 12 months for the fiscal
Yes,
year or the 9 months?
It is 12 months.
12 months, okay.
It would sort of be the fiscal year. It actually does a calendar year, so we would
Right.
have to do that rollover like we did this year. Because this year there was a rollover of 400,000.
400,000, yes.
That's going to be for October, November, December.
Yes, ma'am.
That rollover would be the same.
Copy. Thank you.
So I'll let you, Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not opposed to that, but I want to see what plans the park department has for the needs before I say yes. I want to make sure that all the garages are up to par. I want to make sure that what we have.
That is capital.
Yeah,
This
I
is
understand it's
unassigned.
capital, but they're going to need money somewhere, and I want to make sure that before I do that, I make sure that I'm covered for the remainder of the public that I'm serving.
Does anybody from staff have information or data about what this fund balance, what this is? Oh, Fed, are you there? Oh, there we
Oh,
look.
is that
at-
online? Okay.
And in his
Good evening,
office,
Council. So I'll let Dennis speak regarding to the unassigned fund balance. I'm not familiar with that. Dennis, if you want to be able to take that over, because I'm assuming that's for existing funding.
Mr. O'Hara, Fed is deferring to you.
Hi, Dennis O'Hara, Chief Financial Officer. Could we request a short break? So
I
we
think
can-
that's appropriate anyway, because I'm ready for a little break. How about, what time is it now?
Can I say two things real
Sure,
short?
go ahead.
I think we ought to get Fed to come, I know we don't have time, but in a regular meeting between now and the next hearing, just so he and Dennis can go through what they want to do. It sounds to me like 1.3 is not going to leave, it's not going to have such a huge dent on this that it would leave parking garages in a terrible shape. But it would be good for us to hear what Fed is doing. I would approve this tonight, and then we can get that answer. The second thing, though, is that I think, remember, I have a marketing background. The marketing that Transit Now did was fantastic. I bet it was $100,000 worth of marketing that they did for free. And I think you ought to make it 1.36 and include $10,000 maybe through HART that they would at least reimburse Transit Now for costs so they can promote it, because their grassroots activities, I think, more than anything led to the high attendance. I mean, you helped. You were a leader of that as well, but somehow if we can, $10,000 for marketing a bus is not very much. They can probably turn that into $200,000 in value.
So how about a suggestion? I don't know if y'all are available, but we have a relatively light schedule tomorrow. So maybe during staff reports, you want to do a walk-on from parking?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Fed, are you available for staff report tomorrow for walk-on, and you and Dennis can collude between now and then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so without objection, we'll have a walk-on item. Okay, very good.
Can we approve
Yes.
my motion?
If you would, yep, would you?
This is my motion.
Is there a second? We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Vieira. Any further discussion? Mr. Shelby?
No, I'll wait.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Thank
So-
you.
And I did just want to say that the fixed LPR initiative right now has $300,000 in it for the CIP this year. And that's the license plate reader. And I know that he wants to do some different stuff with it, but I did want to say that that was something that we all talked about. I personally, any type of initiative like that, I believe should be funded by the CRAs.
I'll let Fed talk about that. I believe that license plate reader is automating the garages for reading plates for toll paying, not
Yes,
the spot allocations.
But that will tie into that, and I really think that the CRA should pay for it.
But isn't just Fort Brooke the only one that doesn't have that now, or are you only missing Fort Brooke?
Fort Brooke and Pemire.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but to do the actual $12 million lift, it's not something that, I believe that can be funded through the CRA. But the problem is, if it gets into the CIP, we can't.
Yeah, I don't know, but this program is not the same one we rejected or transferred money from.
Yes, it is, but it's just smaller chunks.
But it's a different type of program.
It's the same thing, it's in smaller chunks.
Well, no, this one actually is a toll revenue generator because it reads the plates in
Yes.
lieu of paying for it.
Yes, but from my understanding, that is the beginning to, by putting these cameras in, that was my understanding from Fed, that's how we set up to have that system. Is that correct, Mr. Revolt?
No, that's, so to what Councilmember Clinton was saying, that's enforcement. That's different, the actual guidance system. While the guidance system can tie in with it, but those are completely two different projects.
Oh, okay, so but the guidance system is in here, in the CIP.
That was years ago. We don't have that for FY26.
Last year and the year before, we pulled from, they wanted to put signage downtown, right, to direct you to parking. So
I
that's
mean,
what
we talked about this during my prep meeting, or during my understanding about this was that we wanted to, that's what we were going toward. Being able to tie all the parking garages together to tell people what's in, how many spaces are in each garage.
That's where I would like to go, but we don't have any money for FY26.
Okay, so we don't have it in the CIP right now, so that is something we could fund through the CRAs, because it's not in the CIP.
We don't have any money right now in the parking budget for it. So if we're able to tie it into the CRA, we can, but for FY26 CIP, we don't have any guidance system.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it's not in the CIP, because we can't fund it with the CRA if it's in the CIP.
We need Shepherd's guidance on whether.
Yes, I agree, but and I think that's something we can ask him next week.
Good thing. Anything else before I move to Councilman Carlson?
No, yeah, sorry.
Can we take the break before we get back to you? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Shelby.
With regard to the break, you have that in front of you.
As I
I don't know
understand.
how long you wish to take the break, but I'm just going to make a comment, not for the benefit of council, although I know council understands why I'm saying this, but just during the period of the break, the public should be aware that you will not be discussing anything outside this room related to the budget. So I just.
Not with each other.
No, certainly not.
Or anything else that's covered under sunshine.
We're going to talk
Or
about.
anything else that's covered under sunshine. I just wanted, just so we call it a break and we do that the public understands that. I know council understands that.
Okay, I motion to take a break and return to the public meeting in 15 minutes. That would be 8:25, in the seats and ready for me to call council back in order. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? We're at break. I call council back to order. Roll call, please.
Miranda, Maniscalco, Pertak, Vieira, Carlson, and Clendenin.
Here.
We have a fiscal quorum.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I believe Councilwoman Hurtak, would you like to have the mic?
I just want to say that during my break, I did not talk to any of you, but I did talk to staff, and Mr. Revolt and Mr. O'Hara are happy to come tomorrow, maybe during administrative update, and give us a little education about what the plans are for parking. But everybody's on board, and we believe we can find that 1.35.
Okay, very good. So that motion stands, and we can go. So, Councilman Vera.
I don't want to cut off, I had a couple motions to make.
Because you saw what she did to me when I cut her off.
The what?
You don't want to cut her off because you
Oh,
saw
I
what
know, right? So if it's to the next topic, I want to make some motions if I may.
And then the only other thing, I also did talk about social action arts funding. And I think if we can just agree on a number that we can work with Ms. Kopesky and with the finance team between now and the next one to not only, to decide what we want to fund, but then I really believe we need to have a much deeper workshop. Chief Bennett had a really interesting proposition or comment about, would you like to come up and talk to us about what you're doing with some of the event funding? And so it's something for us to think about as we move forward. And then I'm done.
Chief Bennett.
You know, John Bennett, Chief of Staff, and thank you for prompting that, Councilwoman Hurtak. So, as council may be aware in code, there's a special event committee, and, you know, just to kind of give you a bucket, you have city charter events, which are the big ones, and then you have your recurring events, and then like anything else, you have new events. And again, there's limited funding because every time we're doing an event, there's either hard costs, was what I call as deploying police, fire, mobility, and then there's soft costs, which are typically rental fees and green space. And all of these things tend to either tax resources or, you know, again, stretch or challenge the budget. So as the committee meets, what we're trying to do is look at these recurring events and support them by working with them over time to reduce those costs. And even better yet, as the mayor and I have suggested to the special event committee, is try and find a way to help them focus on a footprint that reduces their costs. Because sometimes, you know, closing a road and all these intersections and putting up security systems and barricades is much more costly than finding a self-contained park to do a 5K. And so all this work's going on behind the scenes to help us at least stay level and work, you know, fluidly down with these special events, but then also give some opportunity to new events to get started until they can raise enough money to be self-sustaining. So that's another whole effort going on the side.
Councilwoman Hurtag.
But since I didn't know about that, since that wasn't something we know about, it sounds like a good model we might be able to use for social action arts funding going forward. And I think doing a workshop and really talking about that, but getting some ideas in the background about maybe some stuff, again, that needs to go to other departments, or maybe some things that might not need to be funded anymore at their current rate.
I also mentioned to Councilwoman Hurtak is that I've been working offline trying to land a rubric that would actually help in a methodological way talk about, you know, because some of these I've been on for 10 years and, you know, we got to see if the continued ROI, and again, to Councilman Carlson's point, do they need to be baked into the budget because they have the strategic action ability for the city? So all of that work still needs to be done. But again, the back door is still open because we keep getting requests that make this a dynamic process. But I think we can get there. I think every year we've gotten a little closer to where we need to be. It's just a matter of, again, where the funding meets the ROI.
I don't know, because we got $5 million worth of requests and $1 million in the proposed budget. So that's not close.
Well, that's with all the new.
Right.
I'm talking about, you know, what's pre-existed.
I agree. I think that Councilman Carlson had some very good points. And this was part of our discussion, was that things that align with the strategic goals of the city.
Mm-hmm.
And if it aligns with the strategic goal of the city, I think that's very applicable to what Councilman Carlson said as far as aligning it with an existing budget line within a department. Because, you know, it makes sense to me. So just FYI. Councilman Vera.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And with regards to the requests, I mean, those are just that, requests, and we can pull a Nancy Reagan and just say no. So that's fine, or say later. Whatever, that's fine. I do have a couple of motions that I think will simplify this for us, because again, I'm respectfully critical of the process this year. I think it just lends itself to a longer process. But my first motion, council, is to have Ms. Kopetsky work with Mr. Rajero on moving items to the specific departments, as we have said, to the extent that items from the nonprofit budget could go into other areas. Those include, but are not limited to, returning citizens, Ybor City Museum, the NAACP, again, include but not limited to. And that they report to us at the second hearing of our budget workshop. Again, this is to simplify this.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Absolutely.
That items that align with the strategic goals of the city?
Yes, sir. Yep, that's fine. Okay. And I think these do.
Okay, I concur. Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you.
Yes, sir. My next one, again, this is to simplify things. We've gotten some requests that I think, by and large, we support. One of them is we talked about finding funds for, Ms. McKenzie had talked about state certified apprenticeships. We are saving money by not having the ordinance anymore. It's terrible, but whatever. The Tampa Firefighters Museum, a request was made for that. The Skills Center, the portico, and then the special needs internship. This is not a motion to approve these. This is a motion to have Mr. Rajero work with Ms. Kopetsky on finding funds in the budget for these specific items, and then report to us on the feasibility, and then we can vote yes or no. A motion would be required to implement these in the budget. That, again, this simplifies things a lot more.
Would you like that report by a certain date or just by the next budget hearing?
Yes, sir. What do you think, council? The next budget hearing? I think that's fine, to give them time. Yeah, these poor people, you know, yeah. So that's it. And I want to be clear. It's for the apprenticeship program, it's for the Tampa Firefighters Museum, it's for the Skills Center, it's for the Portico, and for Councilman Hurtak, I'll repeat this. So Councilman Hurtak, we just passed a motion to have Mr. Rajero work with Ms. Kopesky on items that should be moved from nonprofit to other departments, including returning citizens, NAACP, et cetera. That passed. Number two that I'm motioning for is that Ms. Kopesky work with Mr. Rajero and report to us by the next budget meeting on the finding funds for the following. This would not mean approving these funds or these programs. This would mean inquiring on feasibility of funding them. We would have to incorporate them. Number one, the apprenticeship program that we talked about. Number two, the Tampa Firefighters Museum request for funds. Doesn't have to be the full amount, can be less. Number three, the Skills Center. Number four, the Portico Housing. Number five, the Special Needs Internship, because I want something in there specific on that. So that's my motion, and we had a second.
Okay, I would like to actually make a motion to amend that to be a written, have at least a written report by the day before September 15th, so we have time to digest that.
Yes, sir.
So we don't have that during the hearing meeting.
Accepted.
So,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Okay, very good. So we have, with a friendly amendment, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Council. Then my final, this is not a motion, but I do think we ought to, by taking some of these funds out from this is about $2 million. We can probably find $400,000 or $500,000 to take out, is that I think we should take this amount from 1 million to 1.25 million, a 25% increase, $250,000, which is nothing in this budget whatsoever. That's something that I do think that we should do to give these folks a better framework in which to fit in there. I don't know if that's it can be a motion. Or...
So what I'm hearing is you say from the proposed budget submitted by the administration, they've allocated $1 million.
Yes.
You want to increase that allocation by to 1.250.
Yes, sir.
So $1,250,000.
To give them a bigger waistline.
I know. My question would be from Mr. O'Hara. Can you help us with that?
Yeah, who's going to cover the other million, right?
Well, I know the other million, that's not accommodated for this. This is just, so in other words, what I'm hearing, I make it correct, is that this council would pass this tonight with an amended amount of $1,250,000. And that, when Mr. O'Hara and Ms. Kopinski get together, they're going to find, either move money out of this budget and then balance the rest of it within the 1.25.
All the motions work together to reach that goal.
Okay, very good. I just want to make sure everybody understands it.
Yes, sir.
Find savings.
Now, just before we get there, so it's $250,000 that we would have to. Could you help us? Could you help this? Could you help us, sir?
Yeah. How about may
Do you have a quarter? Do you have a quarter?
May I say something? I think this may make it.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you. What I could do, guys, is to amend my motion that I did on apprenticeships, the museum, the skills center, Portico, special needs internship, is to say to find additional funds to increase it to 1.25. So perhaps, unless if you can cite numbers right now, Mr. Rajero, that we request that additional funds be found for that 25% increase. So unless if you have something now.
No, thank you, sir. I would appreciate the revised motion,
Yes,
because what we'd love to do is get together, put our heads together, and bring you options.
Okay, so when we can just not increase this now and wait for you to come back with a suggestion of how you get to that $1.25 million.
Yes.
Would that be your suggestion for
Yes,
tonight?
that's what I understood the revised motion to be, and that would be our
Yes, sir.
preference.
So may I make the revised motion?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and what I'm
Hold
trying
on,
to do.
Councilman Hurtak wanted to say
yes,
something.
After the motion.
Okay.
Thank
Councilman
you.
Vieira.
Yes, sir. And again, council, what I'm trying to do is to find compromise on this and to make it simpler, because, so my revised motion is on top of the apprenticeship program, the museum, Firefighters Museum, Skills Center, Portico Housing, Special Needs Internship, is that we additionally ask Ms. Kopesky and Mr. Rajero to work on funds to increase this amount by 25%, up to $1.25 million, with a written report on September 15th to be reported to us at the second budget hearing. Again, it's not approving it, it's for our consideration.
And just a point of clarification, reference the existing funding budgeted number of $1 million does not take into account any money for Fire Museum or any money for
Yes,
Portico.
that's separate.
So, but I'm saying, so that money is above and beyond what's already baked into that cake. So, because right now it's zero.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So since those are zero, that's part of what we're asking them to do is see if there is funding for those. For example, the housing, the portico housing, I think that could be relatively simple. There's $5 million, I think, in housing carryover funds we can look at. I was told some things are easier, some things are not. But yes, sir. So it's just an amendment.
Okay, very good. Okay, so we have a motion from Councilman Vieira. I believe it was Councilman Maniscalco was the second. Discussion, Councilwoman Hurtak.
No, I had something at the end.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on that motion? And so we're good with that? We're just going to come back with the 15th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Again, I want to hold up the mantle for Councilwoman Henderson and look at the things that she wanted to fund. I know that the Cornerstone kids, she wanted to fund for $20,000 so that they can balance, or so they can get the matching funds from the Children's Board. Right now it says 10 million or 10,000. So I'm gonna ask Ms. Kopesky to look at that. I also don't know, that looks on this list like there's some other things that were District 5. I don't know how much all of that is. But I guess I would be willing, or if anybody else wants to, is willing to work with Ms. Kopesky on the District 5 monies.
You know,
Okay, well then, Councilman Vieira wants to take on that mantle.
If I may?
Yeah.
Yes, no,
Councilman Vieira.
I'd be delighted. There's a couple of items here. Also see Dream Builders, which is in her district, among others. So we can work on those. So I'll have Brandon, I'm going to shoot her an email right now and to set that up.
Yes, and I would also have Ms. Johnson in on that.
Yes, yeah.
Because she's the one that I know knows about it. And I told her today that I would bring it up. The 20,000 for the Cornerstone kids.
Absolutely.
So have Ms. Kopesky look at that. However, I want to, that's kind of an aside, but what I really wanted to say was, and I am absolutely guilty of this too, by the time we get here, we should kind of already have had this figured out to some degree, and I really want to encourage us next year to, between our workshops and here, to really gotten together with the finance department to help try to find these funds before we come. I mean, I know here we want to share big ideas, but it would be great if we had, and again, I'm guilty too. I should have done this, and I did to a little degree, but not enough to where I wanted to find the money for the transit. So I think working before the interim between the first and second readings would be helpful for all of us.
So I would also suggest for those of you that volunteered to take hold of this issue, and maybe Darlene, if you're listening, to go back and review the recordings from these discussions last year, to stay true to Councilwoman Henderson's intent, because I know some of the items that she placed there, she was very intentional by saying it was a one-time only funding request.
That's why I believe Ms. Johnson will be able to help.
Yeah, so I think
narrow it down.
go back and narrow that down and look, because I think some of those items were there, and maybe you get some of the intent in there, at least to stay with the seat being vacant. I think that would be helpful to be able to do that. Okay, is there any other discussion for Councilman Carlson? Did you have something to say?
No, I want to say some things after.
Are we done with that part?
We're done with that part. I want to talk about a couple other things too.
Okay, well, do you want to go to Councilman Carlson first?
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Councilman Carlson, I recognize you first.
You mentioned some East Tampa things. Sulphur Springs, I know the city's coming back on a report, but we spent a lot of time talking about Sulphur Springs, but we should probably put some kind of fund in for nonprofits in Sulphur Springs. I mean, I don't know who would distribute it, but I would suggest maybe 100,000 spread among several nonprofits.
Well, I mean, one of the things I've been pitching for was the stepping stones to make sure in that Sulphur Springs.
And there are other, you know, yeah, there are others. I just want to throw that out. That I think Councilmember Vieira has been the one leading on Sulphur Springs, but I want to make sure we don't forget it. I think this was included in your motion, but I just want to make sure that that especially the Chief of Staff is going to be looking at reallocating these nonprofit budgets. I don't think we should have a separate discretionary budget at all. I think it all should be strategic. I don't think the taxpayer money should be charitable money. There's plenty of foundations out there that can give money away. But everything that the city spends should be spent on strategic investments that leverage tax dollars to get more input from the community, like you do with THHI and the homeless initiatives, Catholic Charities and others. It should be just leveraging our dollars to get much more return for the public. And we spent a lot of time talking about the nonprofits tonight, but in my analysis, the two things that we can focus on, one, their heavy salaries and heavy salary increases. None of us want to touch that unless we hit a recession, but that's the first thing that comes up in anybody's analysis. And so that's why I pushed that aside and started looking at reimbursements related to the enterprise funds. And that was a quick conversation at the beginning, but Mr. O'Hara is going to look at it, and I hope that we can find, if not immediately, I hope we can find some ways to further recoup expenses under the enterprise fund so we can free up more of the general fund eventually. And then my comment about debt earlier is if you have a car, I don't know if this is a good analogy, but if you have a car and you buy a stereo that's $1,000, I don't know what they cost today, or you take the $1,000 and pay down your car loan. Those are the choices right now. So we have debt. With every dollar we have, we could pay down the debt, or we could reduce the amount of new debt that we're going to get. And so that's why it doesn't mean literally we're going to take this nonprofit money and borrow money for it, but that money could have been spent to pay down debt or reduce the debt, which means we have more services in the future. The last thing I want to ask is, Ms. Kopesky, Nathan asked this question earlier, but between your position and the volunteer committee, could you just tell us the committee, the only report from the committee tonight, our budget committee, was to include funding for the bus, but did the budget committee did you or the budget committee come up with any big recommended reductions? Because the way we can include new things is to reduce something else, or the way to reduce debt is to reduce something. Did you all come up with any suggestions, and or are you going to have a meeting between now and the second hearing to recommend anything that we could cut?
I would summarize it that, although you're specifically talking about reductions.
Ms. Kopesky,
Hager Kopesky, yep,
Kopesky,
City Council
can
budget
I've
analyst.
said it too long now. That's what you're going to be
It's
for
going to
now.
have an N in it forever.
Yeah. State your name.
Hager Kopesky, City Council budget analyst. So to answer that question, I think the focus has been heavily on the fee subject, and as you noticed a couple weeks ago when Ms. Pointer came up to request that you request the reports to come through, those are where some of the big dollars, and then yes, I understand those are going to be more on covering costs that we are currently, unfortunately, just eating within the general fund. There has been also quite a bit of discussion on salary increase over periods, but we were not prepared to go to a level where we felt we would be making pointed suggestions in that area. So really, I would say at this point, it was continuing down the path of the larger fees as well as some other items, and and continuing to look at the salary expenses.
All right, thank you. If you all get anything else between now and the second meeting, please let us know. But I want the public to know that we are looking at ways to save money, and we're trying to figure out ways to do that. And as the Chief of Staff said, his team has been through it as well. The other thing I want to mention, just to circle back around, at the first hearing, I mentioned that we could cut the some of the budget of the communication department or the lobbying department. Since then, because we don't have direct control of them and they can do whatever they want, unfortunately. But since then, the Chief of Staff has sent around a memo, I think with the legal department, reminding staff that they can't use city resources and city time for political purposes. And since that memo went out, I've not seen any evidence that anything's happened. I'm happy to go in the past and show lots of evidence, but from this point, I will hope that the Chief of Staff's intervention has caused us to make sure that staff time is spent on the benefit of the public, not on political purposes. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hertag.
Thank you. I do want to dedicate a little bit of time to the CIP, because the CIP is our roadmap for spending money. I don't know if anybody has really, the neat thing is, and I really have to say, I really appreciate the way that that you provided it for us this year, because it's really only 10 pages. It's very small. You need your glasses. but it actually, it's pages 368 to 373. So I'm off on the math a little, but it's not that, well, oh, I'm sorry. It's actually 376, 377. 377. So 368 to 377, and really looking at it in terms of you know, what they want to spend for the next 5 years. So I have a question for Mr. O'Hara, and I know this is, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I really have to bring it up.
Oh, we're city council, we beat dead horses.
Yeah, we're good at horse beating here.
Yes.
Now somebody's gonna.
Oh, that was a joke, Humane Society.
Yeah. So the reimbursement resolution, I'm gonna bring that back up. The $48 million on fire stations. I really appreciate that we want to have money for fire stations, but when I look at this budget, Fire Station 9 renovations aren't even in the budget until FY29.
Okay.
Fire Station 6 is not in the budget till FY28. Fire Station number 10 is not in the budget until FY29. And we're not adding up leading to it. It's solely in that time. So why in the world would we want a reimbursement resolution so early if we don't even have like leading funds? And so for example, the $17 million we have for station number 10, which by the way isn't usable right now because of the mold and the issues in it, people can't be there. They have 10%, so that's budgeted for FY29, but for FY28 it has 10% for like the planning and things like that. So why, it sounds here, I mean, this seems very responsible to have the you know, just the planning the year before and then the construction the year after. So why would we need that money put into a reimbursement resolution 3 years before it's going to be used?
No, it's great. It's a great question, and I'll do my best to connect those dots. It all comes down to flexibility and expediting the project. Even though those particular projects, as you said, are identified in their entirety in like fiscal year 28, a reimbursement resolution now allows us to start spending money on things like design, et cetera, before the CIP funds, which if I'm going off the top of my head is anticipated financing, debt financing, before we go out for that. So it's similar to the other project that you cited, only it's not so spelled out every year. It allows us to get a jump on those projects, even though, as you said, they're anticipated, or you've planted the flag in 28, 27, et cetera. Yeah. So it allows us to move faster and yet still pay ourselves back for that debt service.
And so that's what I'm saying. So for the debt service, I mean, it would make sense to, you know, put $6 million toward that. So like $2 million toward each project toward that going forward, but not the total amount, because, you know, even if we were to expedite it, we can't start any of those until folks are in and using the new fleet and supply that doesn't exist yet.
You're absolutely right, and that's why the next reimbursement resolution we bring you is going to be itemized by project based on the particular amount we anticipate using, as opposed to the amount in its entirety.
Okay, I just did want to take that moment to kind of talk through that, because that's an issue, and I do want to say how much I appreciate this. Honestly, the 5-year projection for fire is better than is chock full, even compared to many of the other departments. So I do want to say thank you for that.
Thank you.
And going forward, planning, and I'm glad we're starting that planning now. But I didn't know if anybody else wanted to talk about any of the CIP projects. Because I think we really do owe it, as Councilmember Carlson said, this is future debt, and we need to be discussing what we actually want to budget for this.
The Yellow Jacket field improvement, like the dugout stuff, is that in the CIP?
It is.
Yes.
Okay, so, and I understand that doesn't, I was a rhetorical question, I kind of knew it was there.
Oh.
So, but I understand that's not until 28, is that right?
27 or 28.
So, what would be the process of getting that advanced? So I think the concern from public comment from Ms. Lockett was getting this started, especially like the dugout. And I guess there was some promises made at some point when they moved this about the conditions of this field and keeping it up with the whatever, and equitably maintained like some of the other baseball fields that we have. What would be the process of getting this advanced so that this administration and this council, as we sit, would get this thing, the catalyst of kick started and going, so that it's in process, so that whoever's the next council, the next mayor will just inherit a program that's already going.
Understood. And I can't speak to the project time frame and what can be accomplished, doing the project, but I can speak to the funding. If I'm not mistaken, that funding is anticipated to come from the next version of the CIT. Okay, and we start collecting that a little over a year from now.
Right.
But from a funding perspective, we can absolutely float that until we start receiving those CIT funds from the general fund. But I just don't know if the department has the capacity to move on that project earlier than what's in the CIP.
So what would be the process of getting this advanced to the FY 27, if it's not already, I think it was 28, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, is it? It's 28? Okay, of getting it at least moved to the 27, and then we could use that type of thinking next year for like maybe starting the design. What would we need to do to get that moved from 28 to 27? Just a motion?
Yes, we, from a logistics perspective, we would get with the departments, whether it's contract administration, parks administration, or whatever, and work out the logistics of when they would need the funding. And I think from the council's perspective, a motion would be appropriate.
There you go. Councilwoman Hurd, take the gavel, thank you. I would make a motion to have staff amend the CIP program for item 1002862 Yellow Jacket improvements from FY 28 to FY 27.
I have a motion by Chair Clendenin and a second by Council Member Miranda. Just seeing if they had.
We can strategic pause.
Anybody else have anything to say about that? Oh, okay. While they're chatting?
I'm glad that this is being moved up. I know the importance of the Yellow Jackets. Ms. Lockett is here every week talking about it, but a lot of members of the community have shown concerns.
Yeah,
and
District 5 too.
I mean, historically, it's just very important, very significant. And as she showed in one of the slides, they were moved out of West Tampa. So make them whole, as Ms. Lockett says. This is very important to the community. Thank you.
We're
You're
good?
set. We're
Yes,
good?
we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I have a motion and I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Ayes have it.
There we go. Thank you. Okay, I had Councilman Vieira first, and then Councilman Carlson, go ahead.
I just, is it possible I can see the updated CIP? We were supposed to get an updated version, and I can't find it anywhere in this.
It's in the budget book that they gave us.
Oh, here. There's a book. I don't know whose book that is. But it's page, it starts on page
But
368.
shouldn't it be in the agenda? I can't find it on base.
What page?
368.
While you look through that, can we go to Councilman Vieira?
Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, Councilman Vieira.
Thank you. Excuse me, I wanted to say something for Councilman Carlson. I think that motion for community stepping stones would be great if you wanted to make that. I did want to point out that one of the organizations in the nonprofits is Iroko Dance Studio, where Mr. Walter Hill learned how to dance salsa, by the way. And they use these funds for arts and dance classes for at-risk youth in Sulphur Springs. And they do really good work. I would encourage everybody to go there. They do wonderful work. I forgot to make this motion, which is, I talked about making sure that there were funds going into general budget because we're concentrating on the CRA for disability accessible parks, but specifically for North Tampa. By that, I don't mean New Tampa. New Tampa has the All Abilities Park. I mean the Fowler Bush communities, that could include Sulphur Springs, and then South Tampa, because areas outside of CRAs and maybe for staff to give us a written report by the 15th for the 16th on what can be in the budget for disability accessible parks. I think that putting several $100,000s in there from the parks budget makes sense for the community of kids with disabilities. So that would be my motion, if that makes sense.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
Citywide ADA improvements in Parks and Rec, the budget for this year is $838,000.
Well, I'll be damned. Okay, there you go. Thank you. The teacher schools me. So
I think you're going to,
Well, but-
you rescind that motion?
I rescind it.
I mean, it's ADA improvements, so I don't know if that's necessarily for.
Yes.
But so maybe you want, what you want is a report on what that $838,000 is going toward.
Big picture guy schooled by in the weeds. Good for you. So what I would say then is my motion would be to specify what part of those funds go to actual disability improvements. There's ADA accessibility. I mean playground equipment. So thank you, ma'am, for that. That's my motion.
Is that sufficient for just the director to come to the second hearing and
They can give us a written report. They don't need to brief just for time.
And just for the clerk, that project number is 1001419, city ADA improvements, and we'll have to see what that means.
So in the interest of having the flexibility with staff, can we give them the latitude of a written report, or they can be in person?
Yeah, whichever they want.
Okay.
But I would say this, though, a useful note in that is that those funds should be geared towards North Tampa and South Tampa, i.e. non-CRA areas, because we can use the CRA for that. Because I think that's important for South Tampa and North Tampa to get that, in my opinion. But
Okay,
yeah,
we have a motion from Councilman Vieira, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Councilman Carlson, did you?
Yeah, I would just make a motion to include in the nonprofit budget, 20,000 for community stepping stones and.
Oh, no, 75.
Okay.
And that's what I'm going, that's
It's
one,
already in.
and I'm going to go hard on that one, the 75, and then the 25 is a catalyst for the Tampa Bay LA FYI. Those are the two that I'm going in for.
Okay. I can't support the CIP if it has the South Howard project in it. I'll just take a shot and say, go ahead.
It's in there.
No, but that's what, I mean, I'd like to make a motion to remove it. If there's no support for it, I'll just vote against the CIP.
Okay, like is different than making one. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to remove item number 1002448, the South Howard Flood Relief and Streetscape Project, which is $29,221,423.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Let me fix this. We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Councilman Carlson, would you please read your motion again, please?
Yeah, I would just like to make a motion to remove from the CIP list. Sorry, my eyes aren't working that great tonight.
It's really small type.
Yeah, it is very small.
Yeah, it's like 7-point type. I said the number earlier, but the South Howard Flood Relief Project, which is a little more than $29 million.
Well, on this budget, how much is out of the 2026 budget?
Well, to budget to date, there's
Yeah,
already
budget-
25.6 million in there.
But for FY '26.
It's only 3.6 million.
3.6 million.
But he wants to take out the entire project, and I don't think we're at a point that we can do that.
Maybe for that three.
My point is that when they come back with their report, you heard Ms. Duncan talk about it, there's the presumption that we're going to move forward. My point is that there should be the presumption that we're going to listen to the update and the presentation and decide to move forward. Then it shouldn't be, because remember what happens is if we don't take it out of CIP, then they come back and say, well, you already decided and it's already in the budget, so we need to.
Well, just so for FY '26, the amount for FY '26 that we are here tonight to discuss
It's only
is
3.6.
3.6. It's not that
We've
full amount.
already allocated
That's the
25.6.
That's the 3.6 that was on the table tonight to talk about. Mr. O'Hara?
I just want to take it out of the CIP because otherwise they'll say, oh, well, you already approved it all.
Will you be taking 3.6 out of the CIP for FY '26?
But the whole line item is 29 million.
But we've
it's already
already
budgeted. It's
allocated
already
and
allocated and
spent
budgeted.
money on it.
Well,
Well, let's talk to Mr. O'Hara.
And yeah, that's what I just want to clarify. pardon me, excluding next year, we have an appropriation, council-approved appropriation of $25.6 million, of which we've obligated about $9 million. So if Councilman Carlson, if your intent is to simply strip it from fiscal year '26, then this won't affect, what we've got now. We've got an appropriation now. If your intent is to change the appropriation to date, we'd want to talk further because we do have obligations.
Is it, so a question of order, is removal from the CIP appropriate under these circumstances?
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. We could talk with Justin Vasky about that, or we could talk to the budget department. But my question is, ultimately, the CIP, particularly with 26, that is certainly a plan that indicates the intention to go forward. Now, with regard to the allocation, and this is something I don't know, Mr. O'Hara, you picked a number that was an allocation in the FY25 budget?
Yes, and up to, let me back up if I can clarify. Up to this year, council has approved $25.6-ish million for this project, of which we've obligated about $9 million.
But that, we approved in the CIP.
Hold on 1 second. Would somebody put this on the wolf so everybody knows what we're talking about?
Yeah.
May I make a helpful suggestion while they're looking at it?
Councilman Vera.
Yes, sir, just really fast, which is, while we're looking at feasibility of this motion, perhaps council members should briefly, in one word or less, say if they're going to be voting for this, just so that if there is support for it, then they can move forward with the feasibility of it.
I appreciate the trying to
Okay.
expedite this, but I think this is worthy of discussion for not just this particular issue, but I think for
kidding,
future,
that is
for
small.
education and future information. I think this is, we're spending an appropriate amount of time on this.
Yeah.
Mr. O'Hara, may I ask a question to you of this allocation?
Yes.
You indicated that about approximately $9 million has thus far been spent.
It obligated.
Obligated.
And I don't want to get
Has been
wonkish, but you
obligated.
have actual
Okay.
expenditures and then purchase orders, for example. Of
Obligated.
obligation. Yes.
With regard to the remaining difference, up to the 25 million, would that then roll over into FY26? So
when
the
you-
answer to your question is, then this is a process question. It sounds like,
No, but
the answer is, with regard to you approving the 26 budget, with regard to the CIP, if you want to remove this project, what then means is it then begs the question as to what would happen to the money that is
And that's why I was
scheduled to roll over.
So my question,
That's
my
why I was asking
clarifying
the
question for you, you said that we've approved 25 million.
Yes.
And I know that there were some votes that I voted against because I'm against this project. And by the way, since those votes, a lot of information has come out that hopefully would convince people to vote against it. But I mean, we need maintenance and we need other minor infrastructure.
Let's.
My clarifying question, what was the 25 million that was approved? Was it approved in a CIP or was it approved in a contract?
It is approved in a CIP, and based on that approval, we have obligated money via a contract.
You see, so the approval stage is at the CIP, and we have to, we can't.
Can I suggest you guys confer for just like you and Justin, just for a minute, just so you guys have a meeting of the minds on this, so you have it on the same page to give us legal advice?
I liked Councilmember Vieira's suggestion, though, because if we take a straw vote and if we know that there's no support, we can.
I need to make a point.
Okay, Councilwoman Hurtak.
I understand you saying that we need to work on maintenance, but the problem is we have two separate funds. One is a maintenance fee and one is a CIP fee. And we cannot move CIP funding.
So the problem,
to
and this
maintenance.
is where I think the mayor's people don't understand either. If we say maintenance, it also can include minor infrastructure. What they talk about is that they think that maintenance is just cleaning out a ditch. Maintenance could be replacing a culvert or replacing pipes that are broken.
But again, we
And
would
so-
need to look at the language that was approved to see if that's allowed within that.
But
And I don't know that it is.
Whatever whatever it is, I don't believe from what I've seen that it's either $100 million project or nothing. There's lots of small projects in between that are needed.
Okay.
And yes, we need infrastructure, but the infrastructure can be reallocated to small projects that it could actually, we had thousands of people that flooded, and this is gonna affect 11. And we know that it's not gonna work. We know from testimony from staff it's not gonna work.
Are we ready to get some clarification from the?
Justin Vasky, Legal Department. From what I understand, we've already issued a contract on this. We have obligations involved with this as well. Essentially, this ship has sailed. Now, if we're talking about the next, the $3 million for fiscal year 2026, we have to look at that as well to see how it impacts the existing contract.
So when we were briefed, I don't remember if it was individually or collectively, the staff told us that there were 2 more bites at the apple that we have. In the fall, there's going to be a request, I think, for the additional 20 million. And then in the spring, there's going to be another. And so what you're saying is it doesn't matter, the whole project is already approved. We haven't approved $100 million for this project. So there may be some sunk costs that we lose, but we can still cancel it. And it's not worth spending money on a project that's going to fail. It's going to have minor.
Okay, so I guess,
I'm sorry, if I could maybe reframe. And based on what Mr. Vasky said and our understanding of the project as it is now, if the intent is to eliminate the project in its entirety, yes, we would want some time to see what we've already, like I'm looking at a report here that says we've obligated about $9 million. This report is about a month old. We could have obligated another $10 million between this report and today's date. We'd want to make sure that we're not obligated already for something that council is canceling.
But nothing beyond 25 million is approved. So if the project's 100 million,
Yes.
we can, at the end of 25 million, we can say this project's not going to work. It's not worth spending another 75 plus 90 million in interest or whatever
Council
it's going to
could.
cost. We still have the chance to reject it.
So back to the initial question, a technical question. Today, in this hearing for the 2026 budget hearing, is it appropriate to have a CIP program eliminated or deleted?
The short answer is yes.
Okay, that's the gist of it. I just want to make sure before I called for a vote, I want to make sure that was appropriate. Now, maybe it's not good politics and maybe it's not good fiscally responsibility, but is it procedurally correct?
But if I can, I'm sorry.
Well,
Mr. Shelby first. So.
If I can, I spoke with Mr. O'Hara, and it's much as what you did earlier tonight, you could bring back, if it's council's intention to want to know more of the facts and the ramifications of such a decision, rather than make it tonight, you can direct them to understand what the parameters are, and to bring that back at the second reading and make your decision then at the second reading.
What will we vote on tonight?
Well,
You would vote on much to the similar discussions that you've made as council.
Okay, I think I could provide that clarification, but Councilwoman Hurtak first.
Yes, and of course, it just escaped me, but I wanted to say that when Mr. Shelby said, yes, we can take something out of the CIP, but really, taking something out of the CIP, the best way to do it is to look at new projects. If we were to take anything new out this year, so, and I'm just making this up, or I'm just choosing this as an example because I have it right here. The Inner Bay Area Mobility Program, this is in transportation. I have no idea what this is, but the first allocation of it is this year. So if that's something we wanted to take out, now would be the time when its first allocation is now.
I think that what council, again, my issue and why we went through that exercise.
And if they could explain what this is, because I'm really curious.
Okay, hold on a second. So why I wanted to dig into this, we spent a lot of time on a lot of other stuff, and I thought this was an appropriate time for council and for the communication to the public about what our role here was tonight and what our barriers are, what our guardrails are. So just because we can doesn't necessarily mean we should. So, but we have the legal authority and capability of deleting this. But now, knowing all of this, I think it's probably appropriate, if you want to pursue this, to make a motion to bring back basically the consequences. So if this item was removed from the CIP, what would be the cost to the city? What are the obligations? What have we already spent? And get all that information so that this council could make a fiscally responsible decision about the continuation or the termination of this project. Mr. Shelby.
Well, I know Morris Massey is a master of this, but the truth of the matter is, and Justin, I know you are too, with regard to contracts are dependent upon the continuation of funding. If for whatever reason, good or bad, funding dries up, you may have contractual obligations, and there are terms within that contract to be responsible for money that is spent or incurred on
Mr.
their
Shelby,
behalf.
I think that's part of what I was just saying.
But I just want,
to understand the
what I'm
consequences.
saying to you, council members,
Yes.
is that if a portion of that $25 million is no longer going to be put towards that project and is going to be rolled over in 2026, a portion of those funds could be available for either putting it into the general fund as unassigned or elsewhere. Would that be a correct statement, Mr.
It
Romero?
would be partially correct. I'm looking, and if you can, if it's on the big screen, you can see the funding sources associated with this project. Stormwater improvement. Oh, I apologize. Where are we at? Oh.
Or zoom it in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Zoom
okay,
it.
I'll zoom it in for you. There you go.
Oh, thank you. 'Cause
You're-
I could not figure out what those settings
No,
were.
I
That pinch thing
apologize.
works on that?
I apologize.
Oh, you're on your laptop. I thought you were on a document.
There, yeah, this is.
I was saying, I didn't know the pinch worked on Wolf.
And you see here, and the reason you were partially correct, Mr. Shelby, is of course, this is not funded from the general fund, so it would not be applicable for unassigned fund
Oh, I'm sorry,
balance.
thank you.
But philosophically, you're correct. You know, the funding, I mean, we've got less than a month left in this fiscal year. The overwhelming majority of this funding is going to be carried over since there's a significant balance. And you said it, Mr. Chair, consequences, you said it, Mr. Shelby, ramifications. I just always want council's eyes wide open for the decisions that you make. And at this time, we simply don't know what eliminating the project in its entirety will do to, for instance, outstanding contracts.
So, hold one second. Councilman Carlson, so you've heard all of this information. What would you like to add to this?
Yeah, first of all, I want to clarify the reason I'm against this is because under testimony by staff, it's not going to protect even those 11 houses in the next 4 years. And it's not going to protect them in a Milton-style storm after that. So spending $190 million or whatever on a project that's not going to work, I think doesn't make sense. So, can we, I can't vote for the CIP if it includes this. So is it possible to just defer that line item until the second vote and approve the rest of it? Or do we have to either approve or disapprove all of it at the same time?
You don't approve the CIP tonight. You approve the CIP at the second
hearing.
Okay.
This
So I'll make
is just a public hearing to raise all these
So
issues.
can I make a motion then, withdraw my previous motion, make a motion to ask staff to come back in the second hearing to, what?
With the ramifications.
With the round.
With,
How, what do you want to, whatever
with,
you want to.
to clarify what the city's current obligations are on this project and what would happen if we decided not to contribute any more funding going forward. Is that right, Morris? Okay, Morris, you're going to say.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? We have a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Councilman Vieira.
Yeah, and I want to explain my vote on this because I always vote typically when somebody does a would you, could you, whatever, for it as a courtesy. But a couple of things I have concern about, which is I don't want to turn the budget hearing into a debate on the South Howard, not between us, but I don't want to pretty much have a bunch of people come here thinking that they can get rid of South Howard through the budget process if there isn't support on council. That's the operative issue before. So I will vote against this only because I think that this could lead to just a lot of confusion and delay inadvertently in the budget hearing because I happen to support this project. And if something ultimately aims to get rid of it in the budget, and we'll set up expectations of that in second hearing where we have a lot of people coming because people are very passionate about this. I totally respect Councilman Carlson's position as well as Councilman Maniscalco, who are both good people who work hard for their constituents. But I think this will set up that expectation, so that's why I will respectfully vote no.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shelby.
Mr. O'Hara, you had a sheet up there. If you could put that back up again. Oh, was that on the same sheet with the font? Oh, was that?
Yeah, that was mine.
did that have the funding source? Because I spoke which was the sheet that had the funding source for that? Oh, that was the laptop?
Yes.
That you had up on there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
And then the reason I want to bring that up, counsel, is because I said something that Mr. O'Hara said I was partially correct. I was talking about having the money returned to the general fund, but in fact, there is no money to return to the general fund. But one of the ramifications would be, if you look at the,
I found it.
if you look at the line, it talks about actuals to date and the project budgeted. And if you look at the series 2021 and 23 funds,
Sorry.
it looks like the effect wouldn't be, I was incorrect when I said that money would be returned to the general fund, but in fact, if you are relying on borrowed money to build this project, if the project does not go forward, that money then does not have to be borrowed for that purpose.
thank you. Okay,
Oh, I'm sorry, clarification. The funding has already been borrowed.
It has already been.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir. I think it's about time that I pick up the phone and call my good friend the question. We got to call the question on this thing. Okay, no, I mean it. Because we're really getting into the weeds here, guys, and we have a motion, we should vote on it.
I know I don't disagree, and I think, but I do want to make a point that I think this was very good discussion. It was of how this process works, you know, what our guardrails are. So I don't think this was a waste of time, considering the amount of time we've spent on other things. I think this was a very good learning process for council. So I have a motion from Councilman Carlson. Would you like to restate your motion?
Is it just to?
The other thing is we spent probably the same or less time talking about this than we did the $1 million earlier.
Correct.
The motion is to ask staff to come back at the next hearing to just tell us what has been obligated to date on this project and what the ramifications if no additional funding was allotted. It's just asking the question.
So we have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco, Councilwoman Hurtak.
I would also ask that stormwater staff be here to talk about the ramifications. I agree, this is not a thing that I want to debate at the, I agree with Councilman Vieira. I don't think this is a time to debate the project itself. But yeah,
So I guess I'll weigh in on this. I've been trying, Councilman Miranda, you want to speak?
I just want to say, you know, you listen to one, you listen to the other, and whether it's spent or not spent right now, we have a project that's liable, reliable. However, there's also, the other side says it's not going to work, and they have evidence. So I want to listen to both sides, but and I'm not going to go spend more money if it's a terrible project and you're going to get 1 drop of water, we should get 5 tons of water. But I've always voted for this project. I've been through the neighborhood just like all of us. I've seen when we had all those meetings in different areas that we went to see the people that really flooded in the city, and we spoke one at a time, rotating in and out, and it was fine. There was, you know, there was search discussion from both sides of the neighborhood, and I heard now for the first time that it doesn't work, but I want the professionals to tell me that it doesn't work. I'm not a professional at that area. That's all I'm going to say.
So I'll add in that I'm usually will give deference to the type of motion that Councilman Carlson made, but I'm also reluctant, as Councilman Vieira and Councilwoman Hurtak said, that we set up unrealistic expectations and we end up creating an army of people who will come here with expectations, and I really don't think that's an exercise that I'm willing to participate in. For me, I'll look at this particular motion as that thermometer, that litmus test of whether this is going to pass and be removed from the CIP. I don't think it should be. So and because of that, normally I would vote for what you just asked for, Councilman Carlson. But I think this is again, it's a temperature check about whether this should pass or not pass. So, and for that, it's going to guide my vote against the motion. But thank you. Okay.
If I may make
one last thing, Councilman Carlson. The guy that called the question wants to talk some more.
Oh, no. I just wanted to make a joke.
Yeah, we did. No, we did have a second. We had Councilman. No, Councilman.
I'll second the call the question. Let's do it.
Then there's a vote now to whether or not to call the question.
Well, I was gonna call the
That's the motion on the
question.
floor.
I was gonna call the motion.
Well,
Because it will help
So,
Councilman Carlson.
we'll go through this exercise. We have a motion to call the question from Councilman Vieira, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously.
Okay.
Councilman Vieira, would you like to discuss more?
no, he can't.
No, I
It just
can't.
passed.
No? it is-
I can make it after.
Okay, I thought that you wanted to say something else, okay. So this, okay, so the question is, Councilman Carlson, you've restated it twice, I don't think we need to hear it again. Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in, let's do a roll call vote.
Hurtak,
No.
Vieira,
No.
Carlson, Miranda,
No.
Maniscalco, and Clendenin.
No.
Motion failed with Hurtak, Vieira, Miranda, and Clendenin voted no.
Councilman Vieira.
Yes, sir. I would suggest, because my only issue, I guess, was with things with the public, is maybe you state your intent today, saying, I'm going to be asking these questions, and staff, can you be ready to discuss this without formal city council's vote on it? I mean, that's within your discretion as a member of city council. Just having it as a motion, I think, is a bridge too far for me, but that's within his discretion, right? So just a suggestion, because again, to help you get the information that you want.
Yeah, and,
Councilman Carlson.
yeah, just quickly, I'm gonna continue to come back on this project
We
because
know.
I've got thousands of constituents who are flooded, and they don't think that we're doing enough, and the city says we, we don't have money, but we're spending on a project. And to Councilmember Miranda's point, I can send you the link if you want, but, it was Vic B-Day who I asked the question, when is the first time that people will be protected? And he said 4 years, so it might be 3.5 now, but 4 years. And then I said, will the documents and Vic B-Day both said it will protect in I think a 5.5 inch 6-hour storm or something like that, but it will not help. Vic answered the question, it will not help in a Milton style storm. So that was like 11.5 inches. And so, yeah, it will provide some help, but just so you know, I didn't make that up. Vic said it, and I think if we're going to spend $200 million, we should spend on something that does more to help the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carlson. Well, I think without any further discussion, I think it's time to bring this home. Finance Chair, Councilman Miranda.
I don't even know where I'm at right now with all of this. Okay, we go to number 10. I got it. Number 10. I'm only, anyway, item number 10 is the millage rate. A move to tentatively adopt the proposed millage rate of 6.2076 mils, which is 4.27% more than the rollback millage rate of 5.9535 mils for property tax funds, which are used to support the general fund operating budget and the community redevelopment aging funds of the city of Tampa.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote, please.
Miranda,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Hurtak,
Yes.
and Clendenin.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Will the finance chairs please provide the first reading of the ordinance?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 12 is the reading of the ordinance. An ordinance adopting the budget of the City of Tampa for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, providing for the levy as provided by law of a tax on all taxable properties in the City of Tampa and fixing the millage rate within the said city, making appropriations in accordance with the provisions of said budget, authorizing the director and mayor of the city clerk and the city clerk as the proper authorities of the City of Tampa to certify to the property appraiser of Hillsborough County, Florida, the millage to be levied for all purposes for the fiscal year 2026 in the City of Tampa, providing an effective date.
And just a clarification under authorizes and directing the mayor.
Right.
So just a clarification on the wordage there. Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Miranda, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Adoption of the fiscal year 2026 millage rate resolution, second reading of the ordinance and adoption of the budget ordinance, and the adoption of the capital improvement budget and program resolution for fiscal year 2026 through fiscal year 2030 will be held on September 16th at 5:01 p.m. at City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes, I want to say thank you. I think this was a really good discussion. But knowing that we have the discussion of approving the CIP next time, I really want everyone to write these numbers down. Page 368 to 377. And I really think that looking at the new things that are in the CIP, this is what we really need to focus every year. Thankfully, it's small enough font that it's only like 10 pages. But really, if we look at the stuff that's being added, making sure we want it added. This is our time. This is the best place to make sure that if there's anything in there that we don't want, that we take it out. You know, I do believe that we should have something in this next hearing to have a discussion about it. So I recommend next time, I would not want to open all the hearings and combine them. I really do believe we need a separate CIP discussion, allowing the public to speak.
Okay. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, also, I mentioned this earlier, but in the agenda items, we really need links to these documents, and the documents need to be in there. I don't use paper, and so I'm looking at everything electronically, the same thing that the public has access to. And so if I can't find it easily, that means the public can't find it easily. And so we need to make sure that it's readily there. The second thing is, just for folks watching, this, as we said, this has two hearings. If we poured through the documents, our committee and our budget advisor poured through the documents. We mentioned some of our ideas today. Some of them are going to be followed up on next time. Just because we approved the first reading doesn't mean we can't change things next time. If somebody watching has ideas, if you have gone through the budget and you have ideas, please let us know. We still have a couple more weeks to make changes. So please be in touch with us. Thank you.
Staff, is it possible for the September 16th hearing to have a hyperlink in the online budget for the CIP? Because I think the rest of it would just be the budget, but just to break out. I'm sorry, on base. I'm sorry. But that document would be like impossible to download.
I apologize. Could I get a clarifier or the
So
question?
I think the request from
We should have a PDF of this entire book and put two different links in the agenda on base. So one would be you can click on and see the entire document as we have printed, not just because it's hard when you're on the website, you have to dig down deep to get that level of detail. But the second thing is the CIP list is not, I just went in again, it's not easily accessible. So that should be under that second item, there should be a PDF with just the CIP as we're going to be discussing it.
Some clarification, I think generally the budget itself is kind of, you can go direct to the budget, but for the CIP, they probably could create, it's a limited number of documents, a PDF with a link to that document, no?
I think so. I think I understand the request, but I want to get with our technical folks to make sure we can do that in the way it's being described.
Okay, thank you. I understand.
Having a PDF of both, even though the one PDF is big, would make it easier for the public to access.
Understood.
Nothing Dennis hasn't heard from me about make it easy for Alan to understand. Boil it down. I'm getting. Okay, we have a motion to close the public hearing for Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. We have a motion to receive and file from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. I'd like to hear a motion to adjourn.
That was it.
We have a motion to adjourn from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.